in full ahead of this Rothesay County Championship fixture. Hampshire won a toss. Candy, Kieran Kumar. So please, Utilita Bowl, give a very warm welcome to Shirley Crawford, Karen Penfound and Dave Allen.
and it's the fourth match for both of these sides. Hampshire have played 3, won 1, lost 2. Glamorgan have played 3, drawn 2 and lost 1. I can tell you that Hampshire have won the toss and they have elected to bowl first. Your commentary team today. A little later you'll hear from former Hampshire and England batter Michael Carberry, but it's myself, Kevin James, and welcome for the first time from BBC Radio Wales, it is Rob Phillips. Rob, a very good morning.
Very good morning to you and everybody else. It's a lovely morning here in Southampton, I have to say, so really looking forward to this.
Yes, we are set fair. It's virtually blue sky ahead. The wicket is a little greener than it normally is here. I'm told the reason is to try and get a little bit more pace in the wicket, because the last game here against Somerset, it got very, very slow indeed. Right, there are team changes for both sides, and as you're our guest, Rob, would you like to go first?
Yes, so Glamorgan have brought in Jamie McElroy, and it's the return of the ambidextrous spinner and batsman Ben Kellaway, who was their first substitution actually against Nottinghamshire up at Trent Bridge. Went off fairly innocuous picking up of the ball in the field, and he damaged a hip, so he's been out since then and returns today, and he'll probably bat number 4 in the Glamorgan lineup. And it's Asa Tribe and Zainul Hassan who'll open. Kieran Carson, the captain, Kellaway, Colin Ingram, Sean Dixon, Chris Cook, Tim van der Hoogten, Mason Crane, who you will be very familiar with in these parts. Jamie McElroy comes in as well, and the Australian Ryan Hadley.
So Hampshire, the 2 changes they have made, one that's been fairly well publicised since around this time yesterday. Jake Lehmann has returned to Australia for personal reasons. That's a bit of a blow because he's in quite good form for Hampshire. His place will be taken by Fletcher Middleton, and Eddie Jack, the seam bowling all-rounder, is also making way, and Scott Curry into the side from him. So Hampshire line up like this: Toby Albert and Nick Gubbins will be the 2 openers. Then will be Tom Prest. Captain Ben Brown will come in, Fletcher Middleton will then come in, and then Ben Brown at 5. Ben Mays, the young 18-year-old, Liam Dawson, Cody Youssef, Scott Curry, Kyle Abbott and Sonny Baker. So Glamorgan in Division 1, Rob, for the first time since 2005. How's it been?
They played well in parts, I would say. They've had spells in games where they've really enjoyed themselves. The bowling has been, I think, better than many expected. Some thought that they may be a seamer short going into this season. That may well turn out to be the case, but Ryan Hadley has settled quickly, ruffles a few feathers as they predicted, the Australian. So, and Tim van der Hoogten, as you know, is just very reliable line and length. And Mason Crane has been among the wickets, which may be a surprise for leg spinners early on in this season, but Crane has really settled and has done well with the bat as well. They've had patches in games, even against Nottinghamshire, who the champions and one of the favourites to win the title again. They had them on the rocks early on, but Nottinghamshire recovered, and that's the game they lost up at Trent Bridge.
2 umpires are making their way out onto the middle. That's Ben Debenham and Mike Newell. This wicket is cut fairly well to the left as we look from the hotel back towards the pavilion. So we're towards the tunnel area here at the Utilita Bowl. That's towards the east side of the ground, and I'm told that the boundary from wicket to boundary rope, which is just in front of the tunnel area, is 50 yards, which apparently is the absolute bare minimum it can be. So we might see some big blows over towards that side as batters look to favour it. We'll have to wait and see. Sometimes that comes off, as you know, Rob, and sometimes players play across the line and it doesn't come off.
I think Mr. Carberry would quite fancy being out there today with that sort of boundary.
Well, you're right. The thing is with Carbs is he would wait until he was on 150 before he dared play one across the line and aim for the tunnel. It would all be straight back, especially on the wicket out there. As I say, it is cut not as close as previous wickets here. It's felt that the game against Somerset, the wicket got very slow and low because it dries out quite a lot here, as everybody knows that knows this ground. So they've left a little bit more grass on, and it will certainly show on the picture feed, which I'm not sure the picture feed is working quite yet, but it's not my fault. So before we get any messages, it is not my fault that the picture feed isn't quite on at the moment. Oh, there it is.
There we are.
Somebody
As if by magic.
Somebody has just woken up and just got in the ground, and they've just pressed the on button. So there we are. We're on the live picture feed, Hampshire County Cricket Club website, or Hampshire Cricket website. That'll go back to the Glamorgan Cricket website as well. We're also on the BBC Sport website and app. We're also on your smart speaker. Just say play Hampshire against Glamorgan, or Hampshire versus Glamorgan. And we're also around the ground on the in-ground commentary. So plenty of ways to pick us up. And the Kyle Abbott will get things underway from the pavilion end. And he will be bowling to Zain Ul Hassan, who's been moved up the order here, Rob.
He has, yeah. He did open at the start of the season. Then Eddie Byram came in, but he's restored to opener today. So we shall see how he goes.
Another left-hander for left-hander. So here's Abbott, who's around the wicket as usual to the left-hander. We're getting underway as forward is Hassan. Now, I spoke to one of the batters on the Hampshire side, and I just said, what do you think about this wicket? What do you reckon? And he said it might be a little too paced. I mean, there is more grass on it, but there are also sort of clumps of grass and then mixed in with a little bit of the dirt. So depending on where the ball pitches, he felt that maybe it might be a little bit too paced at times. But generally, it looked a good covering. So there are 3 slips and sort of a 5th slip really for Abbott as Hassan is forward. Goes out towards extra cover.
How do you think? He's been in really good form, hasn't he?
Rob, he has. He's having a very good season indeed. 15 wickets so far at 18 apiece.
Yeah, very
He's
second
in the Division 1 wickets behind Sussex's Henry Crocombe, who has 16. And he is 7 wickets away from 500 for Hampshire. He's Mr. Abbott. I think it's fair to say he's been a decent signing.
To say the least.
Yes. I think one of the better overseas players Hampshire have had. Hassan pushes forward. There's first runs of the morning through square leg. There's going to be a chase on there. It will be picked up just inside the rope. That looks like Felix Organ, who's on. So already there is a substitute fielder on there. Somebody's not come out straight away. Anyway, it's 3 without loss Glamorgan. Hampshire winning the toss, selected to bowl first. Just a reminder, team changes for Glamorgan as a reminder.
Yeah, it's Ben Kellaway in, and Jamie McElroy is there as well. They've been recalled to the starting lineup. And I was at Nottinghamshire a few weeks ago at Trent Bridge, and all the talk was, how good is Acer Tribe? Well, we're about to find out.
We are. The 22-year-old is with the England Lions during the winter.
He is being talked a lot about possible England call, maybe a bit early, but we shall see.
Here's Abbott then over the wicket to the right-hander. Tribe pushes forward. The man from Jersey, already averaging 41 this season, averaged 45 last season, so you can see what all the talk's about.
He's looked, as I was saying to you before we came on air, he's looked in good touch. Not always, probably hasn't had the weight of runs he would have liked in that quest to be called up by England, but he's settling in nicely to Division 1 cricket.
Here's Abbott. And that's pushed out to point, and there is no run. I'm just checking the teams here because Felix Organ is actually playing. So I've missed that one, and now that is a late call. Felix Organ is playing, and there is no Liam Dawson. So that's an interesting one. There's obviously been a late call there. I'll try and find out what the reason for that, because that's played out to point, more runs. Only be a single, and the total moves on to 4 without loss, because my understanding of the team before the toss, Dawson was included, so something's happened in the intervening time between when I spoke to one or two people, and the toss of the coin. So we'll try and find out a bit more about that.
Interesting. Changes before we start.
Yeah. Don't say we've already had the substitute rule. How many of those have there been this year? I've lost count.
It's been a few. So it'll be Cody Yusuf from our end, as Asa Tribe takes his guard. Just the 3 slips for Yusuf.
So I'm just trying to find out what's happened there with Dawes.
Yusuf runs away from us over the wicket. Tribe flicks that away on the leg side, and it's no, it's 4 runs. The first boundary of the day. There was a despairing dive by the fielder out there, but just behind square, Tribe gets away. So Glamorgan moved to 8 without loss. 5 runs to Asa Tribe, 3 to Ul Hassan.
Well, it doesn't seem overly great amount of pace on this pitch at the moment. I know we've only had, what, 7 balls, but yeah, it looks a little dead at the moment.
Yusuf moves away again, bowls.
It's better.
Tribe had a swish at that, didn't touch it, got very excited in the slips.
There's a bit of movement, but there was a bit of bounce as well. But,
Were you surprised that Hampshire bowled when they won the toss?
Not really.
No.
Not
Because of
because there's
the
a
pitch
bit
looks.
more grass. Yeah, I think it's a risk. Of course, it's a risk, because if you don't get too many wickets in the first 2 or 3 hours, then it might get a little hard to get through the order. But not totally surprised, no.
Tribe faces again, flicks that away to mid wicket. No run, 8 for no loss.
It already looks as though there's a bit more this end for the bowlers, for Yusuf. Yeah, it looks like there's a bit more bounce from this hotel end. But it's very early days, but I think the first over from Kyle Abbott, there didn't seem to be a lot. Right, I'm told that Liam Dawson has suffered abdominal, is that right, abdominal injury.
That sounds like it.
Stomach.
Yusuf bowls, Tribe defends, no run. Stomach, yeah.
So there we are. That must have happened literally just before the toss of the coin. Thank you to Tom Johnson, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk, who pointed out that Felix Organ is on the field and playing. That's what alerted me. I thought he wasn't in the original side. I know you've got ways of getting in touch.
So he would count as a sub then?
Well, it's before the toss.
Oh, right,
yeah.
okay. Yusuf bowls, Tribe defends again. To mid-on. No run.
So Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk is email we're using for Hampshire. You've got ways of getting in touch with you, haven't you?
Glamorgan Cricket at bbc.co.uk, or I'm on X.
Oh, you?
Blue Sky, yeah. At Rob Phillips here.
There we go.
I'm used to taking abuse, so don't worry about it.
You won't get any from Hampshire fans. It'll only come from Glamorgan fans, I'm sure.
Quite probably, yes. Yusuf bowls, and Tribe fends that away. Just dinks it down 4 or 5 yards away from him, and no run. He's on 5. Hassan is on 3. Glamorgan are 8 without loss.
So there looks like a little bit more bounce this hotel end than there does from the pavilion end, but we'll wait and see. Maybe Kyle Abbott is just taking a little time to warm up. So 8 without loss, Glamorgan. So 3 changes in the Hampshire side now. Just to check the others, Jake Lehman, we know, has returned to Australia for personal reasons, is expected back for next week's game at Chelmsford. No Eddie Jack, in come Fletcher Middleton and Scott Curry, and now Felix Organ in for Liam Dawson. So left arm spinner, all-rounder, out of the side, off spinning batter in the side. Here's Kyle Abbott around the wicket to the left-hander Hassan. Bowls, leaves that alone late in the day. Better carry, that one from Abbott.
Yeah, a bit of pace on that one,
wasn't it? Yeah.
Noticeably.
So tell us a little bit about a tribe we're sort of hearing lots about. Hassan, 25 years of age.
Yeah, from Islamabad. High score this season of 29. He's been in and around the Glamorgan team, but they've yet to settle on an opening partnership.
Abbott in again. It's wrapped Hassan on the pad. Looking for a single throw from...
Good throw.
Yes, from Felix Organ. Hits the stumps. Probably only had one stump to aim at, square on the leg side. Again, that just looks like there was a little bit more bounce. It might very well be. As I said, I spoke to one of the batters early before the game, and they felt that if it hits the green grass full on, it'll do a little bit, come through a bit quicker, but if it doesn't, then it perhaps won't come through quite as quick. Brendan Lawrence has emailed hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk, has sent me a very lovely picture. We were in Instow, North Devon. There's a lovely picture of a cricket ground there with a game going on. Here's Abbott around the wicket again. Hassan pushes forward. It goes out into the covers. Recently, on Thursday, the 23rd of April, took a coastal walk past the cricket ground and found that the over 70s Devon versus Cornwall match that you'd be talking about during the Somerset match, that was last time, was getting underway. Over 70s. Gosh, I can't imagine playing cricket in my 70s. I can't imagine playing cricket in my 60s, to be honest. But well done to them. There's obviously a lot more fitter people out there than me, that's for sure. Don't know about you, Rob. I'm sure you look fit enough. You're fine. Someone pushes that out to point.
I haven't played cricket for years. And as I was saying to you beforehand, you can show how good I was because I got Clubman of the Year for the South Wales Argus cricket team. In other words, I used to turn up every game. And I once made the mistake of, because we used to umpire as well during the game, and I once made a mistake of giving the, I was unaware at the time, their fastest bowler out, LBW. Yeah, revenge was sweet, I didn't see it.
But bowls, the sun drives up towards mid-off. Don't worry, there's a few of us that have been called out like that a few times. Yeah, apparently this ground in Instow is very near the sea as well. It looks beautiful, blue sky.
I've had a old Glammy podcast I've been on. Morning, Rob. Good to hear you back on Glammy comms. Didn't expect Glammy to change the opening partnership, number 3 and number 4 batters, and include Jamie McElroy for Andrew Gorvin. Big calls. Well, we shall see whether they work out. I think Kellaway was always going to come back when he was fit.
Yeah. Here's Abbott around the wicket again to Hassan, who pushes forward again. It's gone out into the covers, and there's no run. Yeah, I looked at some comments from Richard Dawson, your head coach. It sounded like they were eager to get him back in the side as quickly as possible.
Yeah, they were really disappointed when he got the injury, because he is. We were talking about Mark Wallace beforehand. He was telling me last season just how much he rated Ben Kellaway, though it's Tribe who's taken a lot of the publicity because of his exploits as much as anything with the England Lions in the winter. And it's Tribe to face Cody Youssef, bowling from the hotel end. For defensive from Tribe, no run.
Yeah, he's had a slowish start, Cody Youssef, to his Hampshire stint, the South African. 5 wickets at 57 apiece so far this year. I think he'd like to get those numbers down a little bit, because overall in his bowling career, which is mostly back in South Africa, he takes his wickets at 29.
Tell you what, it's a good number here, isn't it?
It's not bad.
Fair play.
Might be a few Glamorgan supporters.
Try ball, faces, half-hearted shout in some ways. Yeah, actually there are Glamorgan supporters here. I bumped into someone from Neath in the lift.
Did you?
Believe it or not, yeah. Yeah. He'd actually been to a night with Kieran Bracken and Ray Parler last night. I don't know if that was in this hotel.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ray Parler, Carbs, look. Ray Parler. The mention of Ray Parler.
Use of balls. Tribe flicks this away, and he beats the fielder at mid-wicket. It's going to be one. The fielder took the juice off. He's going to stroll back. Oh, actually, it's 4 runs. I wonder why they were strolling.
Yeah, I don't think it was in the hotel. Not that I know of. It may have been, but I could check it.
Yeah, it was. Must have been fairly close. He was. He admitted he was slightly the worse for wear last night, but it looked in. I'd be happy to recover like he had by 10:30 this morning. Tribe goes to 9. His second boundary of the morning, 12 without loss in the 4th over. And he faces Yusuf again. That one beat him. That one beat him. Straight to the Captain Brown behind the stumps.
Straightened a bit. Yeah, I think Carbs is right. Well, Carbs will be on soon. He's already made some observations about Acer Tribe. We'll hear those shortly.
Yeah, I think it's Michael's first view of Acer Tribe as well, so he's in the spotlight today. Use of balls, and Tribe just plays that short on the offside, no run, to point or backward point.
Yeah, it's got to be the ideal weekend, isn't it? To come along from South Wales and a bank holiday weekend, have a few days watching the cricket. It's got to be perfect, isn't it?
Is it going to be okay tomorrow? And Sunday's not looking brilliant, is it?
No. No, I think late on tomorrow's iffy, and then you're right, Sunday looks probably the worst of the 4 days.
Yeah. 3 slips to Tribe again. Use of balls. Flicks that away off his legs. Got pace on that as well. It's a chase by 2 fielders, but they're beaten again, so it's the 3rd boundary for Acer Tribe. He moves up to 13 from 15 balls, and Glamorgan are 16 for no wicket.
Tim Williams has emailed Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. He says, good morning, great coverage as always. That's very nice. We've only been on there 17 minutes. Just wanted to ask about John Turner. Is there a return on the horizon? I've heard rumours he might be having surgery. Just wanted to check. The last time I heard about John Turner was about 10 days ago, I think. John Turner, not so long ago, probably 18 months or so, was playing in the Caribbean, white ball cricket for England. I think he's got a real problem with his back, that's for sure. Don't expect him to return anytime soon. Whether he's having surgery, that wouldn't surprise me. But he certainly won't be back for quite a while. Here's Abbott outside the off stump, left alone by Hassan.
Morning, Kevin and Rob. This is from Gareth Hill. He says, greetings from the balcony of the Hilton. Look out for the Welsh flag, he says. Looking forward to some great cricket. We've almost got split loyalties. After 8 years where I was the Methodist minister in Romsey, an occasional contributor to BBC Radio Solent, Joy and I retired home to Cwmbran, not far away from where I live. I won't ask you to pronounce Pont Rhydarin. Done.
In comes Abbott, thickish outside edge. It runs into the gap between the slips and the gully. It's going for 4. Total moves on to 20 without loss.
And he says they're both Glamorgan members enjoying the commentary.
That's good. Carbs has just been waving to them, so they're low to our left. Is that right? Yeah, you can see that. There we go. Good view, actually, because the wicket is cut to our left. And I think trying to work out where you were waving to, Carbs, they're almost behind the line of the stumps, aren't they? So if there's any LBWs, could you please email again and tell us what you think?
Yes.
Because you're in a better view than we are, although we have picture feed in front of us.
And should you be in Cwmbran, free parking.
Is it?
You go.
I tell you what, there's not many of them around. Here's Abbott again. Hassan drives back to the bowler. Free parking in Cwmbran, eh?
Yeah, it's all there.
We'll move there.
You moved to Cwmbran, yeah.
That's got to be worth a few bob, that's it, free parking. Why is it free parking there then and not many other places?
Because it's a big selling point for them. So the car park is basically alongside or underneath parts of the shopping centre.
Okay. And Cwmbran, just for everybody that's not quite sure, is where exactly?
It's about 10 miles north of Newport. There you go.
There we are. Abbott in again, around the wicket, bowls to Hassan, plays it forward, comes off the inside half of the bat, goes out square on the leg side to Felix Organ. Right, there we are. Any other free parking areas, please feel free to let us know.
Yes.
We'll change at the end of the over. Should we change at the end of the over? Yeah. Because that's always interesting. We'll make a note of those because... oh, you're going off now, Robbie. Okay. 20 without loss. Go on, if you want to change, yeah, we'll change. It's up to you. Michael Carberry is going to come alongside me, Kevin James. As Abbott is in again. 3 slips, no gully this time. Ooh, that's nipped back, and that's a good leave. And a good take from Ben Brown. Just before I welcome Michael, Keith Allen has emailed Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Why is Ali Orr not in the team, especially as Lehman is not available in the second team game earlier this week? Orr scored 70 odd, and I'm pretty certain Middleton didn't play. That's right, this seems illogical. What are your thoughts? Well, Fletcher Middleton, not so long ago, hit 100 for the second team against Notts here. Michael, very good morning.
Good morning, my good friend. How are you?
Yeah, it's always good to have you alongside us. You've been looking at Ace of Tribe. We'll come to that as well in a moment as Abbott comes in, runs towards us and bowls. That's another good leave. The ball has also nipped back. 2 very good leaves to end that over. 20 without loss, Glamorgan.
Yeah, very good. Good start from the Glamorgan pair of Al Hassan and Ace of Tribe. First time I've really had a look. There's been a lot of talking about Ace of Tribe and his potential chances to be the next England opener in the upcoming test matches. But yeah, so far so good. 13 or 15. Looks a very strong leg side player. Quite a big lad as well. Quite tall batsman. Strongly built.
Yes, he looks a presence in the middle, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. He's quite a unit, I've got to say. Strong boy. Big shoulders. Just use that big bat, lean on it, as we've seen a few times already.
Use the pace of the bowler.
Absolutely. As Yusuf begins his run into Tribe. Nice delivery just on the off stump. Tribe defends that one to a sort of mid on. Yeah, first impressions, I would say, I mean, he gets a long way across the stumps. That's one thing I've noticed. Whether that's a good thing or a bad thing, we'll see. I mean, it's obviously been a bit of a magnet for Cody Yusuf so far, who's tried to go too straight and he's been picked off. So yeah, I think we'll see over time if that technique works. But as Yusuf comes in again to Tribe, who defends that one again to mid off, looks for the single but decides better of it.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair to him, when I read out his numbers earlier, I mean, it seems as though it does generally. I mean, this is his 20th first-class game. He averages 43. This year already he averages 41. Last year he averaged 45, although, of course, that was all second division cricket, but even so. So his numbers do suggest that he's working for him.
Yeah, I guess, I mean, as long as players understand why they're doing it, I guess, you know, there's no one way of playing. As Yusuf comes in again to Tribe, who's driving on the front foot. Nice shot to mid off. But yeah, I mean, just that shot alone, he looks, you know, very organised. He gets forward, gets off the crease, which is one of my big ticks. You know, it looks like he picks up length very well. And yeah, look, if you're a strong leg side player, I think you play to your strengths. I mean, if you remember going back yesteryear, Jonathan Trott being a similar, you know, there's a lot of similarities really, Ace of Tribe and sort of Jonathan Trott, you know, in terms of that movement across the stumps and looking to work the ball straight. As Yusuf comes in again to Tribe, who again walks across, defends that one into mid on, and he averaged 54, I think, in Test cricket for a period of time. So yeah, Kevin Peterson was another one who, you know, again, similar build, some very tall man, got used to get across those stumps.
And if you do like, I mean, just to explain, Carbs, because if you do like playing, you know, sort of straightish balls on the leg side, which is your strength, you would bat more over towards middle and off, wouldn't you, at least?
Yeah, I'll explain that in a minute. As Yusuf comes in again to Tribe, and that's a beautiful delivery outside off stump. Tribe just feeling for a ball, really didn't have to play it, and that leads in beautifully to what I was about to say. I think that the pros, yes, if you're a strong leg side player, it plays itself nicely. You can fox a lot of bowlers into coming too straight. I think this is the area I think Ace of Tribe is going to have to figure out, and where a lot of test bowlers are going to bowl, is that corridor 6 inches outside off stump. You generally bat off stump because you want to try and leave more balls, especially early on. You don't want to be sort of trying to defend on 7th stump. As Yusuf comes in, that's again nice probing delivery outside the off stump, well left this time by Tribe. Yeah, you don't want to be feeling outside the line of the ball away from your body in that fashion. I think that's the area I think a lot of good test bowlers are going to try and probably exploit, and then set him up with the one that nips back. So, but you know, as I said, he seems to have worked out or understood his strengths, which is perfectly fine. I think if you are that strong leg side player, and the numbers, like you say, over the last 2 seasons support the fact that he is strong there and he plays to his strengths.
So 6 overs gone of this contest so far. Hampshire winning the toss, electing to bowl first on a wicket that's a little more covered in grass than the 2 previous games we've had, but no wicket so far as Abbott comes in and bowls to Hassan, who pushes forward, and that goes out into the covers. Victor Lawrence has emailed hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk talking about Felix Organ. He feels it wasn't a last-minute change. All I can say is my understanding was at around 9:15 this morning, Felix Organ wasn't in the side. So, I've been messaged to say that Dawson has an abdominal injury. I can only assume that has happened from that time through to the toss. Abbott turns. So 20 without loss, Glamorgan. Good so far from them as Hassan pushes forward.
Just had an email in sent by Mr. David Botterill just to clarify the Hampshire overseas players playing in this side today.
Just Cody Youssef.
I believe so, yeah.
No Lehman. He's returned to Australia for personal reasons, but as my understanding is, he is expected back for the next week's game at Chelmsford. He must have scored runs at Chelmsford, Carls, over the years.
I didn't only do 2. It wasn't one of my better grounds,
Was it not?
Honest. No.
Here's Abbott. Can't be many of those as Hassan drives up towards extra cover. Or widest mid-off, really. Anil Patel has emailed hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. Great commentary as always for you all. Thank you, Anil. Listening to you from sunny Worcester. Apologies if this has been asked already. Have you been involved with playing the cricket draft? Do you know what? It's the first time I've ever heard of it. I presume it's a cricket game. I've not heard of that, have you? No. Rob, have you heard?
I've got nothing there.
No, we can't add anything on that one. Perhaps Anil, if you want to email in, just give us a quick resume of what that entails. Oh, he's wrapped on the pad, pushing forward. He's outside the line. Just watching that again. If you're on the picture feed, just have a look at this one.
Yeah, Kyle
it's not going to.
Just getting that one to just hold its line from round the wicket seems to be the en vogue plan now to many left-handers from right-arm bowlers. They come straight around the wicket, trying to get that one to straighten, and the odd one to cut back. That one just probably a little bit high.
Well, Hassan's played with a nice tight technique so far this morning. Perhaps looked the more secure of the 2 as he pushes forward to Gubbins in the covers.
Yeah, they both played nicely, I think. No, you know, the odd play and miss, which you're allowed at this time of year, and so you've been stuck in on a bit of a green top, which hasn't really behaved like a green top so far, has it? It's been pretty. If anything, it's probably just added a little bit more pace, slightly.
I think you're right. Let's hope it stays.
Let's hope so.
Because this wicket, unfortunately, does have a bit of a reputation as we go through days 2 and 3 of getting slower. That's why they've left a bit of grass on this one. Hassan pushes forward, goes out towards mid-wicket where Felix Organ fields. That's a maiden over for Kyle Abbott, 20 without loss. Email here from Liam Cook. Now, he's the Performance and Development Manager and Women's Head Coach for Jersey Cricket. hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. Currently sat in Jersey Cricket HQ watching Asa Bat. Any chance of a mention for the Jersey men who are playing 3 T20s in Denmark this weekend? Details and updates on Jersey Cricket socials. Happy to mention that.
Looks like the introduction of Sonny Baker into the bowling attack for Hampshire, and I've been really impressed with him this summer so far. And again, someone that's been talked about. He's already had a little go with England at one-day international level, but much improved bowler since then, in my opinion. I think he's, along with Kyle Abbott, has been probably the standout bowler, I would say, for Hampshire this year. It's really looked impressive, and I suppose a good barometer of this pitch will be now, wouldn't it, with the quick man on. And can Acer Tribe handle some real pace? Be the other question.
I'm looking forward to this contest.
Yeah, this is it. This is what we want to see. As Sonny Baker, with his familiar hop, skip and a jump, begins his run into Acer Tribe. And a nice delivery, nice start from Baker. Tribe leaving that one outside of stump well alone.
And probably a bit like in Wales, South Wales, everybody get excited about Acer Tribe. I think we're getting a little bit more excited about Sonny Baker, because we've seen already, Carbs, this season, a notable improvement in Sonny Baker's control over his deliveries.
Yeah, I think that's been for me the notable improvement this season is his focus on just bowling the stop ball, really, just on and around off stump as he begins his approach into the crease to Acer Tribe, who's driving a wide one again outside off stump. It was a half an appeal, a little bit of excitement from behind the stumps, but no edge.
Does that nip away as well? It's quite full, wasn't it?
Yeah, probably not a great shot early doors, I think. Again, that's the area I was talking about with Acer Tribe. I think he's got to stick to his strengths. You know, force these bowlers to come straight and pick them off. I'm not sure, as we saw this winter, flashing outside off stump, 7th stump on a length. It's not generally the recipe. Baker again comes in past the umpire into bowl to Tribe, and again testing him outside on that length, outside off stump. Better left alone, that one.
Yeah. You can definitely see, if you're watching on the live picture feed, he's batting around middle and off stump. So if anything's a few inches outside, the offside, he doesn't actually need to be playing at those. Yeah. He's got it covered.
Yes, and there's other things I'm just looking at here on the monitor. I'm looking, again, his grip, is very bottom-handed, which again is fine. It's what works for you. You've just got to be a little bit careful against a new ball driving off a length as Baker comes in again to Tribe, and that's where he's got to be for me. Just on around anything around that middle stump. That's for me where Tribe is going to hurt people. You've got to be a little bit wary, just fishing at that length, at that line, more importantly outside of stump.
And it might be that Division 1 bowlers now are, they're not used to bowling at Acer Tribe. They haven't seen it. They're a bit like us, really. So it might be, as you say, you've got to adjust your line by a couple of inches at least.
Yeah, absolutely. Baker begins his run in again to Tribe, and that one well left outside of stump. That's a better leave. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't. The thing with cricket now, and particularly Division 1, it doesn't take these bowlers long. I mean, everyone's game, different to our era, is on a laptop, a phone somewhere, a streaming device. You can sit down and watch for a couple of minutes how someone sets up, and myself included, I was just able to sit there just for 10 minutes just to see how this young man sets up, and already I'm thinking, well, where would I bowl to him? Yeah, it wouldn't differ too much, and just bowling, in that channel, getting him to feel at one. But you can see why the magnet is there, isn't it? You see someone wandering across, straight away you get too greedy. Baker begins his run again into Tribe, who's that one short of a length, going for the pull shot. Didn't quite time it, sort of plinked it away to straight mid wicket, and that's the end of another over from Baker. Again, another tidy one, just 2 off the over, and it scores 21 without loss.
Tom Richards has emailed Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Incredible coverage as usual from Kevin Carbs. Incredible coverage now, Carbs. Thank you very much, Tom.
I'm honoured.
Yeah, well, keep emailing us, Tom. Shocked Hampshire are still not picking James Fuller at this stage. Provides a bit of fire in the belly and a sprinkle of experience, which we're crying out for. I must admit, I thought he might have sneaked in because he got 100 for the second team a few days ago. I was told that he had a bit of an elbow injury a little while back, which probably meant he wasn't in the squads as much as anything. Here's Abbott, start of a new over. Tribe clips that away. It's going fine. That's going fast, and it's going for 4.
Kyle Abbott throwing the hands up in the air. He knew that was very close. That was honing in on, I think, around middle stump, not far away. Again, Tribe jumping out, just jumping outside the off stump and just getting back on it, getting it down to fine leg for another boundary.
He's definitely a man you shouldn't bowl too straight to.
I mean, it is Jonathan Trott, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
yeah, just got to be very patient with these guys.
Yeah.
But that was a close call for Tribe, but he gets away with it. Another boundary.
18 he moves on to. 25 without loss. Glamorgan as Abbott's in again and bowls to Tribe, who's forward and sort of hits the inside half of the bat as the ball trickles out towards square leg. Tom goes on to say, shout out to Ryan O'Connor, who for some bizarre reason you could not find when Googling him last time out. I remember you mentioned it in the Somerset game. He's making his illustrious season debut tomorrow for Hythe and Dibden Cricket Club. It's down the waterside here, for those of you that don't know. I've played a game there, actually. Eyes out for 10 off 110 balls, lads, says Tom. Well, it sounds like he's quite happy blocking away as Tribe works that up to mid-on. And this one from Sam Walsh, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Good morning all from an overcast Cardiff.
Oh dear.
Oh. Well, we got lovely blue skies here. A stone's throw from Sophia Gardens. As much as Asa Tribe is a contender for an England spot, let's not forget Ben Callaway, who also deserves a mention. Well, he's not actually out there in the middle at the moment, but I'm sure his time will come. Question for Michael. Do you remember playing for England against Australia in Cardiff? As Abbott comes in, Tribe is forward. It was in September 2013, a fine 63, if I remember rightly, says Sam.
I do, because I was there. I'm only kidding. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it was. I think my one and only ODI 50. I think we won the game, if I'm by right. I think faced quite a fiery spell from. I believe there was a hat trick, wasn't it? It was all going off. It was a hat trick at one end, and then me and skipper Morgan managed to steady the ship a bit as Abbott comes in to Tribe, and that one's pushed away on the leg side. Abbott deciding to go with a deep square leg at this stage, a bit surprising.
I'm going to look for it, Carbs, just to help you with your memory. But it sounds like you know most of it already.
Well, it wasn't a long international career, mate, so...
So ODI in September. Ah, yes, it was the 4th of 5, and the last one was here, actually.
Yeah, that's right.
England, Australia. England won by 3 wickets.
There you go.
Australia 227 all out. Abbott bowls. That's played out towards mid-wicket by Hassan. End of the over 26 without loss. Who got runs for... Oh, George Bailey.
Yeah,
got
former
87.
Hampshire boy.
Yeah, former Hampshire captain. Yeah. For England, 3 wickets for James Treadwell, the off-spinner. England, Michael Carberry, batting at number 1, opening with Kevin Peterson.
There you go.
Oh, what an opening partnership.
I was on my blocks for that game. You run me out the game before, by recollection.
63 off 95 balls with 7 fours.
Yeah, I believe, was it Clint Mackay who got a hat trick? I think. I think he got a hat trick, and we were either 10 for 3 or something like that.
Oh,
something
yes.
ridiculous. Yeah, he got.
Peterson LBW.
That's the one,
for
yeah.
5, and then Trott coming in at 3.
Yeah.
Court Finch, bowled Mackay 0, 1 ball,
Yeah.
and Owen Morgan. No, sorry, Joe Root.
Yeah, not
Caught
bad. Not
Watson
bad. Not bad.
That's all right,
Not bad hat trick. That's it. Baker comes in, start another over to Tribe, and that one's pushed away again on the offside. Baker really bowling well here. I like him what he's cooking here. Sonny Baker looks in good rhythm already, and looks like he's enjoying his work too. But yeah, Ace of Tribe up to the challenge so far, looking good.
He is. So Sonny Baker this year, 13 wickets at 21 apiece, and in his 6 matches last year, his 19 wickets came at 36 apiece. So yeah, a big improvement.
Hop, skip and a jump. Begins past the umpire, getting into Tribe, and that's a quick delivery that. Ace of Tribe leaving that one alone. Ben Brown having to scoot quickly on the inside to take that one. That one thudding into the gloves. Yeah, he's much improved. It's almost a shame really that I think his one and only ODI went wrong, didn't go too well. You know, you almost would like him to see how he would fare now, you know, having had at least 2 years in first class cricket, just to, you know, find that belonging, if you like, see what the real bowler he can be. But, he comes in again to Ace of Tribe, and again that one left alone just on around 5th, 6th stump. Baker was excited just for a period, thought he would get Tribe to nibble at one, but Tribe not being lured in.
But I think that's a line you've got to keep bowling at Tribe, isn't it? He already looks this morning as though he leaves a few, but then he goes at one.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's just the way of the modern player now. They leaving the ball is a kind of dying art, isn't it? They all want to feel bat and ball. They all want to score. I think his development as a player as he goes through his career, Ace of Tribe, as Baker comes in again and that's a beautiful pull shot. That was hit hard in front of square, a sign of the lack of pace in this pitch. That was banged in by Baker and put away beautifully by Tribe.
He was on that quickly though, wasn't he?
And that's another plus point for me. If you can take on the quick man like that, and bang him in front of square, it shows me you pick up length very, very quickly. But yeah, just to finish the point on Ace of Tribe, I think that's just the area for me. I think he'll work out over time where the better bowlers. He's playing more Division 1 cricket obviously over time, and hopefully if he gets in the test side, he'll be tested against the likes of Rabadas and Josh Hazlewoods, Pat Cummins, bowlers of that ilk. What will Sonny Baker come up with now? He's pushed the man back to deep square. He comes in again, past the umpire to Tribe, another bouncer, and that one could almost predicted that one, isn't it? He was already down on one knee, Ace of Tribe. That one sawing over the helmet.
I think Baker had to bowl that. He didn't, because was it an over a go from Sonny Baker? He did pull one, didn't get hold of it, but he looked like he's somebody that does get on it quite quickly. Yeah. And I think that last shot was a really good shot, no doubt about it. Even though it perhaps didn't come off the pitch as quickly as Baker would have liked, but even so, it was still the way he played it. It looks a confident shot for him. Absolutely. I think the next one had to be one. You can't hook that.
Let's see what he comes again. Baker, he's in again to his Tribe. Again, back of a length delivery. Tribe using his height, getting on top of that one nicely, dropping that by his feet, and that's the end of it over as Rob comes back in.
So Rob Phillips will come in. Michael Carberry will stay on. With Glamorgan made a decent start here this morning. Just over 40 minutes of play. They are 30 without loss. Rob.
Yeah, they're doing okay. Doing okay. Having been put into bat when Ben Brown won the toss. So it will be Kyle Abbott from the pavilion end, 3 slips. Zainul Hassan, who watched Tribe stroke a lovely 4 in the last over. Left-hander. And straight drive. It's got the legs to go all the way. It has through deep extra. 4 runs to Zainul Hassan. He moves to 7, his first boundary of the morning, and Glamorgan are up to 30 for no wicket off 10.
Yeah, it was a top shot from Al-Hassan. He hasn't had much to feed off so far in this innings, but looked very assured. Personally, I would like to see Kyle Abbott have a go over the wicket. There's not heaps of movement, it's just enough. Just using the angle a bit more.
He's around now again, and Al-Hassan drops a bat on that, out to the offside, no runs. Yeah, it seems to be that, I mean, you know best, but fast bowlers always seem to want to come around the wicket to left-handers. I sort of understand why. Yeah, I mean, sometimes they're not expecting them to come over.
Yeah, I mean, Stuart Broad was obviously a master of that style of attack, but Stuart's natural ball was to go across the left-handers anyway. So obviously, and James Anderson was obviously a master of it. You're talking of two
still is,
and still is. Yeah, exactly.
Abbott bowls, and Hassan helps that behind square and down to fine leg. Bit of a slip by the fielder, so they run through to 2 runs. 34 without loss, 36 without loss now.
But I think you got to work out your left-hander. We're all different. Some will struggle out there. Some will feel. I think watching Hassan bat for the last 25 balls, he's not really looked in any danger. I would like Kyle Abbott to, just to have a go from over, just to
Something
draw his
different.
eye line, into a different place. See if he can get the ball to shake back in, and potentially use his angle across.
Hassan waits again. Into the offside, no run. 36 without loss. Yeah, I'm intrigued by the number of spectators here, because there are people from Glamorgan, there always are. But first day at Trent Bridge a few weeks ago against the champions, I didn't see this many people here.
Yeah.
They were on the Sunday, because a lot of them were there and then going to watch Nottingham Forest in the afternoon across the road.
I knew there was a catch.
As Abbott bowls, Rothesay plays it back to the bowler. He doesn't want to pick the ball up. He's not going to bend down and pick it up. He stops with his foot. Somebody else can do that.
You can allow him at 40. It's a long way down.
Were you ever like that? Do you used to pick up your own ball?
I had no choice. I was the guy picking up the ball all the time, unfortunately. The protected species, these quick bowlers, aren't they?
They
look
are.
after them.
Well, you don't want to make them angry, do you? As Ul Hassan waits again. Abbott generating good pace. Not sure exactly where he wanted it, but 1 or 2 mid-wicket. They scamper through for 1, and Ul Hassan will take the bowling in the next over. Glamorgan 37 without loss after 11. When you put a team in, what are you looking for in the opening hour, Michael?
Well, I think ideally, Rob, you'd like a couple of wickets, 2 down, potentially 2 down for 30 odd. I think that's, you just using whatever conditions they may be. There hasn't been a lot on offer, I've got to be honest. If it's done anything, it's looked to have done it pretty slowly. It's given the batters have seemingly had enough time to adjust. But I think credit's got to go to the Glamorgan batters. I think they've looked solid. Asa Tribe has looked impressive so far. He's put away some loose stuff, and I think it's going to be a hard working day for these bowlers, Hampshire.
Sometimes it's a good toss to lose, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean these tosses can go the wrong way, can't they?
Yeah.
You think it's going to do everything, and suddenly it turns out to be an absolute belter for batting. As Baker comes now around the wicket to the left-handed Alassane, who's short of a length, who fishes that one. Baker does a bit of a Mark Wood, tumbles over, ends up on his backside, but all okay.
I'm intrigued by the little hop and step at the start of his run.
It's unique.
It is, isn't it?
Yeah.
He sort of starts and then hops and then goes.
It very much reminds me of a fellow I played with many years ago who was overseas for Hampshire, Friedel de Vet. Played a couple of tests for South Africa. Decent pace, and he had the similar. He used to jump over. We used to say jump over the speed hump, and then begin his his run up. Baker comes in again to Alassane, who's driving, not quite getting hold of that one to square cover for no run.
Yeah, the little idiosyncrasies of these bowlers. Yeah. It's what makes you get you into the rhythm, isn't it? It's
a very idiosyncratic game, Rob.
Yeah, he takes 3 or 4 steps as if he's running, and then stops and. I don't know whether it's a change of leg or what, but
I've played with many here over my time.
Yeah.
Hop, skip and a jump. Baker past the umpire to San, that's a lovely delivery. Again, that one just leaving the left-hander from around a line around off stump. So half an appeal, but no edge.
Do you miss it?
I think the competitor in you will always miss, when you turn up on a day like this, beautiful day, sun's out, decent smattering of a crowd, the competition you miss, for sure. It will always be a part of you and a part of your life. But things have to move on. Baker comes in again to San again. This is a great over so far from Baker. I like what he's doing here. He's just teasing.
He's on the money, isn't he?
He is. Yeah, he's been very impressive this season, I've got to say. Baker not trying to do too much. I think he's worked out now. This pitch isn't offering the pace and bounce, so he's just going to try and operate around that off stump as much as possible and see what he can drag out one of these 2 batters. Can he drag them into a mistake? He's got 3 slips in. Third man comes in again to Hassan. Again, Hassan driving, not
really any foot movement, but it's stuck on that one. But surprised he's going with the third man at this stage, I'll be honest, Baker. I would like to see him bring him up into a kind of gully, maybe backward point, kind of for that line he's trying to bowl. He's obviously trying to work on the plan of taking it away from the left-hander, trying to force him into a drive. You just feel it can be a wicket option. I think they've still got to be thinking wickets here, Hampshire. Don't just allow the game to drift away. Baker comes in again for his last delivery of the over into Hassan, and that one really moved. A slightly wider line, but
yeah, Ben Brown had his left arm out then, didn't he? Running across.
Yeah, again, another tidy over. 37 for no wicket. And Glamorgan, you feel they'll be happy with this start?
Oh, I think so, yeah, I think so. If you lose the toss, anything can happen, can't it? And there were one or two scares, but nothing tumultuous, I would say.
You always feel, you look at the scoreboard in this situation.
You give it an hour first.
Yeah, it gives that calm to the dressing room.
Quite.
Doesn't it?
Yeah.
Everyone can stick their head back in the newspaper.
So Cody Youssef from the pavilion end now. He's 3 overs, 1 maiden, none for 12 so far. Asa Tribe faces him. Tribe is on 23. And he's comes off an outside edge past the diving slip and goes for 4. Do we give him the benefit of the doubt on that one?
Absolutely. That's opening batters got to stick together.
Yeah, okay.
We're a small community. Absolutely. Run it down to third man.
That's another boundary for him.
But again, that's a good line from Youssef. I think you shouldn't be put off by that. He's forced a little error from Tribe. The key, I think, Youssef has got a big role to play here following that, but he's got to really follow up here. Keep asking those questions.
Here he comes again, in from the far end. Tribe slashes that through the offside. Good stop in the covers though. Really good stop, that one. And Tribe gets no runs for what was a pretty decent shot. Got a bit behind that. Asa Tribe. 41 for no loss. In the middle of the 13th over. Lovely day here in Southampton. Really nice. Youssef comes in again. Tribe waits. Definitely didn't mean that either. Tried to flicker away on the leg side. Went up to mid-off. It happens.
As I say, there's pros and cons to all techniques. As you can see, again, favouring that leg side, but just slightly playing around that one.
Goes down for a tap of the pitch. Yeah, right, okay. But you just got to carry on, haven't you? Just forget the last ball. You're still there. Facing Youssef again. Took a couple of steps down the pitch to that one. No run. Just 1 or 2 small steps down.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure he needs to do that at this stage. I mean, there's I think Youssef is offered him enough bad balls to date so far. I think he's just got to stay relaxed and be patient. I think he's probably just favouring that leg side a little bit too much, probably because of his his big movements across the crease.
Faces again, Asa Tribe again, takes a step, and that one beats him. Really good delivery from Youssef. Taken behind.
Yeah, top delivery again.
Yeah, absolutely, just moved away.
Yeah. And you look at then, he's walked across onto 7th stump, and that's a ball you don't really need to play at.
No.
As an opening bat on a good length. You'd be looking to leave those all day long in the first hour or two.
It's been a testing over from Youssef, this one. Bowls again, and this time it's cut away through the covers. It's going to be 1-2. I think they'll settle for 2. And the score moves to 43. Tribe up to 29. And if you're Acer Tribe, you can't avoid knowing that people are talking about you.
As we are.
Can you?
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah.
So he's almost, I mean, you've got to put up with it. You had it. You've got to face scrutiny every innings.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're there to be shot down, aren't we? But yeah, look, I for one, I'm pleased to see the return of the proper opening batter, if I'll be honest, and the spotlight being on looking for a proper opening batter. I think we've spent too many years looking for someone who can hit it at the top of the order. I think it hasn't worked, and I think it's nice that these lads are incentivized to go out and bat a day, day and a half. As Baker comes in again to Hassan, and that one's just dropped down to third man for quite a comfortable single. Yeah, I think you want to incentivize the proper batsman, dare I say it, instead of trying to push people from 2020 cricket. It doesn't always work. You'll get maybe a few, and there's only been a few in the world where that's worked. Think back to David Warner, that kind of player, where they've come from. They've found a way of having great Test careers. But generally across the board, you need to have that ability or skill to be able to bat a day and a half in first-class cricket, which hopefully you can transcend that into Test cricket against much higher quality bowlers. Baker begins second ball into Tribe, and again walking across, pushing that into mid-wicket.
Well, it's interesting, Ben Duckett made his comeback against Glamorgan, because they stagger them, don't they, if you've been away with England. But he doesn't open for Nottinghamshire. He went in at number 3. It was looking again at Hasib Hamid and Ben Slater opened. And yet he seems to be the one, Duckett. I think he was in the runs last weekend, but he seems to be the one who it's a partner for Duckett this summer.
Absolutely. Baker comes again into Ace of Tribe again, nicely on the back foot, pushes that out to mid off. But yeah, I mean, if I'm Ace of Tribe, I mean, I suppose it's a nice reward for some hard work over 2 seasons. He hasn't been around that long. It shows that what you're doing is very good, so you just got to keep getting your nut down week to week and try and churn out scores, try and be consistent over this season. I think if he can have a real breakthrough year, I think he'll certainly put himself in that top bracket place. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Baker comes in again to Tribe again, just that one quite straight.
But it's interesting that the Cricinfo site have got England's next opener ? Selected candidates are partner Ben Duckett, and they've got James Rew top, championship runs 379, top scorer 122, average 75.8. Emilio Gay 344, not out 159, top score. Ben McKinney, and then Ace of Tribe, average is 41.8, 209 runs this season, 85 top score. So he's already in the mix, sort of thing.
Absolutely. Baker comes in again. Tribe nicely forward, pushing that one out to mid-off. Bottom
of the list is Zach Crawley, of their sort of anticipated candidates.
Absolutely. I mean, he's had a tough start to the season. Well, he's had a tough couple of years, really.
Yes,
Zach Crawley, and he's someone that's just played 30, 60 odd tests the same way. He hasn't really improved over that time, and that's the disappointment. And I think it's right that they're starting to open up conversations to look elsewhere. Give Zach Crawley a chance to go away and improve. As Baker comes in again to Tribe, who's driving again for a bit of a flat-footed waft, that one. Baker was just for a moment there excited, thought he'd induce the edge. That one's gone through to the keeper, no run, as Kev James enters back in, and I'm going to exit stage left.
.44 for no wicket.
It's been a good start by the visitors here, hasn't it, Rob?
Got through the first hour, haven't they?
Yeah, I think being put in And his wicket has definitely got patches of green out on it, and it's done a little bit from time to time. I think the fact that you haven't lost a wicket in the first hour, you've got to be happy with that.
I think so, yeah. I think they will be happy with that. As Cabs was saying, if you put a team in, you want 2 wickets in the first hour if possible.
I want 4 by lunch, ideally. So yeah, I'd be happy if I was that Glamorgan dressing room. I'd be very happy with what I've seen so far this morning from those 2 out there in the middle.
Ul Hassan faces the left-hander. He's on 15. It's Yusuf from the far end in his 5th over. Ul Hassan has just gone quietly along with his work, really.
I know all the talks about Ace of Tribe, but I've been quite impressed with Ul Hassan this morning. I think his technique looks pretty tight. I know his numbers aren't great, but this morning I think he's, out of the 2, if you had to pick one of them, he's looked the more solid.
He has. Use of bowls, flips that away on the leg side down to fine leg, just gets the 1. 45 without loss. Hassan moves to 16. Highest score this season of 29.
Hassan?
Yeah.
Yeah, I say his numbers aren't great. He's only averaging, what, 19 this season, only averages 23 career from 31 games. Last year only averaged 21 from 14 matches. So his number's not great, but this morning I think he's looked better than that.
Yusuf's now over the wicket to Tribe. Defensively down through to the gully, no run.
I think this is a good opening partnership for Glamorgan, this. I know Eddie Byram has lost his place because he hasn't had a particularly good time, has he? But these 2, you know, they're as good as most on the Division 1 circuit.
Well, it's what you want, isn't it? Left-hander, right-hander, make the bowlers move around a bit, change their lines. It's a decent start so far as Tribe faces. Easy defensive shot, that one, straight back to the bowler. No run, 45 without loss.
And also, I don't know, I'm not a very good reader of pitches. I never was, and never will be. But, you know, was I expecting it to do a little bit more this morning than it has? Maybe. Just a little bit more, perhaps.
Well, it's one of those, isn't it? I mean, you know these conditions, but if it's sunny overhead, it does make you think twice, doesn't it?
Yeah.
As Tribe watches, and for defensive again. Bat slightly away from his body that time. No run.
And you were mentioning the crowd earlier, Rob. It's not bad, is it? Down to our left.
Not bad at all.
On the east side of the ground, around sort of fine leg, backward square leg. There's people enjoying the sun there. It's okay. Not so many way to our right. Where the pitch is further away, it's probably understandable.
As Yusuf comes in from the far end, beats Tribe that time, straight through to the wicket keeper. Let's see that again. See if he nibbled at that one. Yeah, I think he did. It was a really good delivery.
It's a great delivery. There's no doubt about it. It pitched and it straightened. But when you actually look at the line when it reaches the batter, it's actually quite a long way outside off stump. And you do think, you know, not only is he batting on middle off, but he takes a sort of half a pace over to the offside anyway. And you're thinking, let's be honest, you know, that's the part of his technique that I think is the one that's the most interesting, because there's a lot about him to celebrate. There is no doubt about that. You can see some of the hype. He plays really well balls that are straight, very strong. You can see he hits through the ball and he's very strong with that, but it's that good length just outside off stump, and it's actually not just outside off stump, it's a little wider than that, and I think that's the only thing for me that would have a question mark about him. Here's Sonny Baker, 45 without loss Glamorgan. Taking it away from a good start. That's a good leave as well, as that ball straightens on the left-hander.
The point is, there are no secrets these days. You know, with all the analysts, they will have watched, and given that people are talking about him, new to Division 1, you'd expect clubs like Hampshire to do extra homework on the likes of Acer Tribe and whatever, people they didn't see last season.
Yeah.
And at international level, that's even more acute. I mean, they spend months
Yep.
just preparing for a test match.
Baker to Al Hassan here, short, and ducks underneath that one quite comfortably, good pace. But it's that one. It's the only. If somebody said to me at lunchtime, "What do you think of Acer Tribe?" I said, "It's obviously he's a good player." And they would say, "Well, what's not good about him?" And I would just say, "I think 3, 4, 5 inches outside off stump. I'm not so sure there, because a bowler that would consistently bowl that line, and of course the higher level you go, the more consistent the bowlers will be. That if you just keep pumping the balls out about 4 or 5 inches outside off stump, I would say you're going to get him. He might get a few runs in the meantime, but you'll get him." Here's Baker. That's a good leave as well. Bounces outside the off stump. But everything else, I mean, again, you can see where already this morning, when we're talking about Tribe as non-strikers, that if the bowling's not consistent enough and you bowl too straight at him, he'll pick you off.
He will punish the bad ball.
No problem. He's that good, no doubt about it. But just outside off stump. What's that? Is that an helicopter? It's something. I just saw the shadow go across the ground there. Can't quite see it at the moment. Baker runs away from us again and bowls. Hassan drives, goes out into the covers. There it is. It's a helicopter going down towards the Solent, which is ahead of us, over the hill, behind the pavilion.
Straight ahead, yeah.
So it's about, I'm told it's about a mile that way.
Oh, right.
Yeah,
okay.
I haven't tested it. I wouldn't know how to get there from here directly. But I'm told
just
by people
work
that
for
know better than me.
the radio station of that name.
Yeah, well, that's it, yeah. Got an email here from Reese Price, which I'll come to in a moment. 45 without loss here at Glamorgan. Hassan on 16. Oh, that's just nipped and hit him on the glove. That looked a painful blow. He's called through by Tribe, but that did bounce off a length, and it's actually a leg by, so I don't quite know. Well, let's see. Oh, it's hit him on the inside leg by the look of it. So Reese says, "Good morning, I'm a Hampshire fan living in Swansea. Toby Albert has shown promising signs of being a reliable batter for us going forward. Is he best as an opening batter, or would you consider him maybe at 4 or 5 where he can be more expressive? And that's often where he looks at his best, rather than being more conservative." Well, all I can say is give you some numbers, and I did crunch them before I came on just to give you an idea. Toby Albert career-wise averages 26, but 2 years ago when he opened in 2024, he averaged 32. So that actually would suggest that maybe he's a little happier opening the batting. Here's Baker bowls, and that's a nice drive by Acer Tribe to wide mid-off, and that ends that over. So Baker's bowled 5 overs, none for 6. Good spell from him. Cody Youssef, who's on at the pavilion end, 5 overs, none for 19. It's hovering. Does that come back, that helicopter? Sounds like it. I think the last helicopter that circled the ground here was a few years ago. You probably haven't heard this story, Rob. When the rumours were that a tiger was let loose on the golf course away to our left.
All right.
It's a classic story which many Hampshire fans have heard. And there was a game, the Hampshire Academy were playing on the nursery ground, and they were told to get in the pavilion and shut the doors and don't come out.
Really?
Yeah.
Is it a zoo nearby?
Yeah, Marwell Zoo near Winchester.
Right,
and the rumour was that the tiger had escaped from Marwell Zoo. Anyway, so various people descended on this site, and it was later found to be a cuddly tiger sitting on one of the tees. And they realised it was a cuddly tiger because apparently in the wind it sort of blew over. They thought, well, hang on a minute.
Well,
true story.
I wouldn't have thought you get too many tigers in Hampshire.
No.
As a rule.
No, not really. Not roaming the golf course anyway.
No, quite. Youssef bowls to Al Hassan. Lets that go through.
That's a great story. I got a phone call. I was actually off that Saturday afternoon, and I got a phone call from my BBC office and said, "Have you heard this rumour about a tiger wandering around the GS Bowl, I think it was in those days, a site?" And I said, "Funny enough, no."
No, but you need a card to get to this bar anyway. Right. So,
but I did wander up out of curiosity. But by the time I'd come here, I think they'd worked out that it was the cuddly tiger.
Because we should say you have to go in through the hotel reception to get to our place here. So Youssef bowls, Al Hassan Went for a drive, didn't get anywhere near it, and I wouldn't have thought reception would allow a Tiger in.
No, no. Well, you wouldn't give him a room key, would you?
No.
No. No, not really. I wish I'd been here and known it was a cuddly and not actually let on and said, don't worry everybody, I'll roam the golf course and I'll find it for you. And they would go, no, Kevin. I said, no, don't worry, I can tame these tigers, don't worry about that.
Brilliant. Use of balls from the pavilion end. Hassan leaves that one.
It's a good leave, that.
Was a good leave. Just got up a bit, off a length. And Hassan walks to a square leg to practice the shot again, without the bat, just the top hand.
It's a good late decision, that, wasn't it? He's left that on length. Really good leave.
Still the 3 slips. Waiting as Yusuf charges in. Hassan clips that away, and that's gone for 4 straight on the leg side. Good shot, that one. So Glamorgan get their 50, 52 for no wicket in the 17th. Run rate of 3.15, and they'll be very happy with that, having been put into bat.
Classic left-handers clip off the legs, that one.
Hassan
leg
goes
stump
to 20, yeah.
Leg stump line from Abbott, and that's nicely played. Got his head well forward there, kept it down. Beautiful shot. Yeah, this Glamorgan opening pair proving difficult to dislodge. This helicopter is looking for something, isn't it? It's hovering now.
Shall I put Tiger on X and see what comes up? Well, Hassan waits again. That one gets up, and he happened to just play it down short on the leg side. No run. Google search.
Yeah.
Tiger in Hampshire.
Yeah, I think the story's still up on the web if you want to find out a few more details. I think actually there might even still be a picture of it. I did Google it a while ago because it came up in a discussion, but I haven't looked for a while.
Well, there's a guy below where I live who keeps goats, and so my garden is, should we say, natural in its growth. So I've got the goats in.
Oh, lovely.
As Hassan waits, clips that out to the covers, no run, and they've done a very good job so far.
How many goats?
2. Well, there's only one now because the one passed away, unfortunately, but Billy and his kid, we used to call him. And so we've got one there, and they were sort of chicken cots, but there's ducks there, there's a peacock there, which is interesting at 6:30 in the morning.
Oh, I bet.
But the goats are no problem. Well, Hassan allows that to go through from Yusuf, no run. And Glamorgan 52 for no wicket after 17.
Now, Anil Patel is back on the emails, hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. You remember he emailed near the start of the game about this cricket draft competition. He says the cricket draft is a fantasy league competition played on the web or app based on the county championship and involves building a mixed squad and a number of transfers each week. Not the best description, sorry. That sounds pretty good. Please send my regards to Carbs, says Anil. I massively miss him playing, and he was one of my earliest memories of watching Hampshire play at what was the Aegeus Bowl? There we go.
Well, Ben Bonney on X says the helicopter, is it looking for some Welsh cakes, question mark. He mentions that because he brought us Welsh cakes to Trent Bridge.
Oh, lovely. Here's Sonny Baker, runs away from us and bowls to Tribe, who plays that late and works that down to third man, and he moves on to 30, 53 without loss. Not too many Welsh cakes in Nottingham, is there?
No, but he lived in Ashby de la Zouch, I found out, and Dave Bracegirdle, who you will know, Dave Cricket, as he's known up there, was extolling the virtues of visits to Wales and having Welsh cakes. And so a very nice Glamorgan fan, Ben Bonney, who I went out to meet, actually delivered choc chip, Welsh cakes, and also the traditional, which is much more my style.
Okay, well, very nice. Baker, as he normally does, switches to round the wicket for the left hand. Always playing at that one, always had a little nibble, and he knows that he shouldn't have done that one. That's just again shaped away from the left-hander. Watch this one on the live picture feed if you're watching that way, and just see the ball there nipping away, and that's way too far away.
He's bowling well, isn't he, Baker?
Yes, he is. Yeah, and as I said earlier, we're all excited because his bowling has definitely come on a good 25-30% from last year, and that's really all it needed to do, because he's had the pace, just needed a bit more control, and he's added to that since 2025. He's into his 6th over, none for 7 currently, as he's in again and bowls. That's very full, and that's dug out off a thick outside edge. It's gone quickly down to 3rd man for 4 runs. Attempted Yorker there from Sonny Baker, which he does quite a bit. Almost got down there. Oh, Hassan's done well to dig that one out. Christopher Gardner has emailed hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. Enjoying the commentary whilst at sea, 20 miles off Sicily. I think you have better weather than we've got. Enjoying listening to Carbs as well, whilst watching the gentle swell. That's Chris, normally resident in Hedge End, which is very close to here. Baker again has got 3 slips waiting as he bowls to Elsa Son, pushes that out into the covers. Score remains on 57 without loss. We've had an hour and 15 minutes this morning. Glamorgan, having been put into bat, have not lost a wicket, and they will be mightily happy with that. And not only that, but these 2 out there in the middle are playing very nicely indeed. Hampshire working hard to get this 1st wicket. Andrew Cook has also emailed, missed the start, wondering why no Liam Dawson. He's, as I said earlier, my understanding of the team was that it didn't include Felix Organ initially, so between my understanding and the toss of the coin, Liam Dawson picked up an injury. There's a good shortish ball, and that's well played by old Hassan, who just slips inside the line as it thuds into the gloves of Ben Brown. I've been told that Dawson has an abdominal injury, so that was fairly close to the toss. It certainly wasn't the case that he wasn't playing earlier this morning. One of 3 changes in the Hampshire side, 2 changes in the Glamorgan side from their last game, which was a draw down in Cardiff against Leicester. Baker just takes his time over this final delivery. Comes in again past the umpire and bowls. That's a length ball, which Al Hassan just quietly nudges out to point. End of the over, 57 without loss.
Yeah, it's been steady progress, but Glamorgan players watching from the dressing room will be very happy with the way things are going. Nearly an hour and 20 without losing a wicket, having been put into bat. Tribe is on 30. Hassan, who's increasingly playing more shots, on 24. They'll be targeting lunch now. Still being there. So I think it's going to be Cody Youssef again from the pavilion end. And the much talked about Asa Tribe to face. He tried to flick that off his legs, but didn't get anything on that. Went down the leg side, no run. 57 for no wicket. Only the 2 slips for that, but no, a wideish 3rd slip. Point cover mid off as well. Backward point really. And there are 2 on the leg side. As Tribe, that one gets up on him a bit, caught in his crease, but straight defensive bat, no run.
You know, with this sunshine out here, Rob, and this ball now, what, 19 overs old, you do get the feeling that Hampshire are Desperate for at least one breakthrough here. What have we got? 40 minutes until lunch. I think right now, if I was the fielding side, I think I'd set off a 1 at the moment before the break.
As Yusuf comes in again, Tribe flicks that off his legs, and that's beaten the man in mid-wicket, and it's gone for 4 more runs to Asa Tribe. He is really powerful off his legs, just a flick of the bat. And too quick for the fielder. 61 for no wicket. Tribe moves to 34.
See, that what makes Tribe quite dangerous, because that ball has arrived to him on off stump, and yet he's playing it as though the ball's arrived to him on leg. He's just got to push that line out a little wider of off stump, and just be prepared to keep bowling that line, even if he leaves a few.
It is a test of patience, isn't it, as Yusuf comes in again. And this time it is down the offside and played up to mid-off. Gareth Hill has been in touch again. Don't try raiding our room, he says. We didn't bring any Welsh cakes. Hashtag rookie error. As if. So Tribe waits once more. Yusuf past the umpire, bowls, flicks that away, backward a square down the leg, so there's a man down there, fine leg, wide fine leg, just goes through for 1. 62 for no loss now, Tribe up to 35. Yusuf none for 30 off 6.5 overs. Probably deserves a bit better than that, but there you go. You now bowl to the left-handed Ul Hassan. Gonna come over the wicket. Past the umpire, bowls. Ul Hassan straight bat. Dribbles out on the offside, no run. 62 for no loss. And Michael Carberry returns.
Thank you very much, and thanks to Kate, who's part of the media team here at the Utilita Bowl, who sent me the article actually about the Tiger. That it was back in 2011, and that link to the article, thanks Kate again, it sparked an armed police operation. Officers leapt into action with guns and body protectors. There we go. So it was a very serious incident at the time. So we've got Scott Curry coming into the attack, one of the 3 changes in the Hampshire side. He's in effectively for Eddie Jack. And Scott Curry played just the 2 games for Hampshire last year. Finds himself playing his first championship game of the season.
Yeah, it's a tough one to come in on.
It is, isn't it?
It's not done a great deal.
It hasn't, is it?
Not going to bat well.
Yeah, I have. So Scott Curry from the hotel end comes in, right arm over, tall. Forward is Tribe, and he's 35 not out. Ul Hassan 24 not out. So thank you for that. Earlier I mentioned there was a presentation at the top end of the ground, which many of you on the ground will have seen and probably know a little bit more than me, but thank you to Rob, who's also on the team here at the Utilita Bowl. It says it was a presentation to 3 members who have been with us for more than 50 years. Dave Allen, former honorary archivist, which I mentioned regularly. His Curry again. Tribe works it away on the onside. That is his favourite shot, isn't it? Moves on to 36, 63 without loss. Shirley Crockford and Karen Penfold, and they were presented by Rod Bransgrove, Hampshire Group Chairman here, and Kieran Kumar, who's the GMR Global Chairman. So Kieran's over here from GMR. So a nice moment in front of the pavilion before the game.
50 years is a decent stint.
That's all right, isn't it? You're not. Are you? Oh, you're way off your Cubs.
Oh yeah, way off, mate.
You're way off, mate. I hope I'm around to see it when
Me
you
too,
eventually.
mate.
So it's going to be Ul Hassan. He's impressed me this morning, I have to say. He's been left well as well, hasn't he? From good leaves, on length as much as anything. Scott Curry. who had a season out on loan with Leicestershire a couple of seasons ago, which gave him the bulk of his first-class matches to date. That's outside the off-stump and left alone. Mentioned he only played 2 last season for Hampshire. He's only played 4 for Hampshire in total since he made his debut back in 2020. Was with the England Lions during the winter, was part of the group that were out in the UAE when all the troubles started. His time at Leicester, he played 13 matches. He took 34 wickets at 32 in Division 2 that year. Got the handballs in, and Hassan just plays that one away on the leg side. Didn't quite know where it was going, and again Asa Tribe calls him through quickly for a single. Seen that before.
Yeah, I think Scott Curry was more looked at as a white ball potential option, wasn't he, for England, not so much his red ball. I mean, I think he's I've watched him only a few times playing for Hampshire here in the Championship. I think again he's someone that just needs to work on that consistency, and if you don't have that, you're going to struggle.
To Tribe, who works that away square on the leg side, fielded by Tom Prest.
Yeah, he doesn't really have a ball that leaves the right hander, Scott Curry. He's pretty much leans over, pushes the ball back in, which is almost meat and drink for someone like Asa Tribe. You get the feeling he's just lining something up, lining Scott Curry up at the moment, but he has got his deep square leg back to begin with. Not as quick as the previous bowlers.
Here's Curry again. Tribe again works that towards Prest, although a little bit more to his right. Does well. That's a dot ball to end that over. 2 runs off Curry's first over. Yes, he's he had a good white ball season, especially in the T20 last year, which got him at the he came on, didn't he, as a substitute fielder for England right at the end in their series against Ireland, which stopped him going to the T20 World Cup with Scotland. Yeah. But he has lots of different balls with the white ball, and I think it's different bowling in this stuff, isn't it? You need a consistent ball, don't you?
Yeah, I mean this is a test of everything, isn't it? Patience, your ability to hold skill for long periods of time, build pressure. I mean, T20 cricket is it's a different game altogether. You almost the batters are the hunters, aren't they? Bowlers, you're the one being hunted. Championship cricket is kind of the other way around. So Yusuf comes in again from the pavilion end to Hassan, and driving again loosely outside that off stump. It was full delivery, wasn't probably quite a half volley, just late on that one through to Ben Brown. He is asking questions. I think again Yusuf, similar to Scott Curry, it's just that consistency, isn't it? Just bowling that same ball, not getting overexcited, just trying to hammer away, be patient, play on the batter's ego sometimes. Can he go in there again? Yusuf begins his bustling run past the umpire into Hassan, and that's a great delivery again. That's what we're talking about, isn't it? Just trying to build 20, 30 balls in that area. If you can force a half a mistake, half a chance, it is a good pitch. So you don't get the feeling it's a pitch you're going to blast teams away. You're going to do it through just dot ball pressure.
Yeah, I think in a way Hampshire might think perhaps this pitch was going to do a little bit more than it has, but there is definitely some some life there. But you've just got to be boring and bowl the same ball.
Usually comes in again to Alisson. I mean, respectfully, I think Hampshire haven't bowled as well as I'd hoped. I think there's been some good deliveries. I think when they've been good, they've been good. I think how many overs can I remember where they've gone at least 2 in the same area, ball after ball? You've always felt that there's that 1 4 ball and over. And I suppose when you want to be a top-notch bowling side in Division 1, I think you have to set a higher bar than that. You really want to be trying to string 2, 3, 4 maidens, if you can, to build that pressure. As Yusuf comes in again to Hassan, who pushes that one. For me, I look at that delivery there, just on the hip, a nothing delivery really. I want to see Yusuf again, be brave. You know, try and induce another drive. You've already beat the bat once. It's in his head already. Will he go again? You know, I think that's the question. I want to see Hampshire get a little bit braver with the lengths and certainly just being a little bit more clinical on the lines that they're bowling.
That was 2 middle leg.
Yeah.
That's not going to get you a wicket.
That's meat and drink for a good player.
Yeah.
Yusuf begins his running again to Hassan, and that's beautifully driven up the ground. Well, we asked for the drive and we got one. That one was the long half volley. And Al-Hassan put that away very, very comfortably indeed. Just leant on that one, held the pose. Kyle Abbott just escorting that one to the boundary.
Good shot, nothing wrong with that drive, was there?
Absolutely, but again, you know, as if I was Hampshire, I'm not put off by that. Personally, I think you have to roll the, you know, you have to roll the dice at times on good pitches. You have to try and, you have to give something to get something. You know, I'd rather see that than batter sitting back on the back foot. It's too comfortable. There isn't the pace and zip in this pitch. Yusuf going there again, pitches that one up again. That's just a little bit too straight, but Al-Hassan dealing with that one nicely, and that's the end of another fairly expensive over on a 4 again. Yusuf now 34 off his 8 overs.
So we had 21 overs this morning, and there's only 5 maidens, which I think you'd want that to be another 3 or 4, or 2 or 3 certainly.
Yeah, I mean,
ideally.
Absolutely. I mean, Rob was talking earlier. You win the toss at home. You insert the opposition. You really want to make more of an impact, even if it isn't in the wickets column. You certainly would look at that and think, you know, we've been good without being special. You know, I think that's what we're alluding to.
Yeah. Started a new over from Scott Curry, his second of this innings, running away from us and bowls to Tribe. Tribe drives, and that's a good stop by a diving Nick Gubbins at extra cover. Just caused some hesitation actually between the 2 batters. In the end, Al-Hassan running to the far end, just had to get into third gear there from a few yards. 69 without loss. Email here from Ralph Brooker, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk, talking about Tigers. The Royal Hampshire Regiment was nicknamed the Tigers. I think we had a mascot at Southampton Zoo. Oh, right. I'm not sure. I don't know of Southampton Zoo. I know there's an inner city farm. That's not the same, is it? I don't think there is a Southampton Zoo anymore. Always playing a missing outside the off stump. That's a good delivery angled across. Looks to me like Ben Brown's got the toss wrong. Oh, it's a bit early yet, Ralph, but I think he'll probably be starting to think in the back of his mind what's happening. Listening to the feed whilst reading Duncan Stone's Different Class, The Untold Story of English Cricket. Okay. And Darren Mail says could be looking for, he says Kookaburra. I think it's a capybara, isn't it, the one that escaped from Marlsey? Those big rodent things. I don't think they've found that. That's good carry. There's an example of the ball hitting more green grass than anything else, and then it sort of goes through. But again, if you keep it in the right areas, some hits the real green grass, some doesn't, and makes it difficult for the batters.
But again, I'm just watching that length there from Scott Curry, a lot fuller. You know, almost asking Al-Hassan to get forward, and I think that's what you've got to do. You've got to be brave in your lengths. Good players, if you get us to sit back on the back foot, it's way too easy here.
Definitely. Forward is Hassan. Almost a perfect spot, that, isn't it?
That's just perfect. I think that's what, Ben Brown clapping from behind the wickets there. That's exactly where he wants his bowler to be more often than not. Can he string together, as I say, can he string together 3 overs?
Yeah.
And really keep the pressure on Al-Hassan? Can they force a mistake from somewhere?
Exactly.
A little bit of extra bounce.
69 without loss. We have 25 minutes until lunch as Curry comes in again, and Hassan just quietly plays that away on the leg side. Darren Mail on the email says both the Roux brothers are playing in the same team today for Somerset. Has Hampshire or Glamorgan had any brothers in the same team? The most obvious ones I can think of are the Smith brothers, Chris and Robin.
Yeah, Chris and
I'm sure when Rob comes back on shortly, he might think of 1 or 2 from Glamorgan. I can't think of any others for Hampshire off the top of my head. Jones brothers? Yeah. Jones brothers playing for Glamorgan? That's for sure. Here comes Curry again. That's wide of off stump, and Hassan leaves that one alone. He's on 29 not out. Tribe is 37 not out. Glamorgan 69 without loss, having been put into bat.
Yeah, this is a perfect start if you're Glamorgan team. I think this is just what the doctor would have called for. Say you get inserted into bat on a green top. Your openers have gone out, and for large majorities have made this pitch look very, very easy to bat on. Hampshire have got some questions really to answer. I think.
Yeah.
Got to try and find some answers from somewhere.
The thing is, Carbs, if they don't get a wicket before lunch, or even if it's just one with the sunshine out, things will get a lot more difficult this afternoon. And yeah, then you start handing the initiative back to the opposition by putting them in, but it's a long way off yet.
Yeah, I mean it's difficult at this stage to be too critical of Ben Brown in terms of what he should have done, and I just think he hasn't quite been, his decision hasn't quite been backed up with his bowling, his bowlers at the moment. I think they've just let him down a touch. I think not been horrendous, but just haven't been consistent enough as he would have liked.
Percentage-wise, what would you say? 10% down, maybe 15, 20?
I would say at the moment it's probably about a 65% performance. I would say. I think there's still more to go as Abbott comes into Tribe, who's again across the stumps on that off stump. Yeah, I think I've just been, as I say, when they've been good, it's been good to watch. We've seen Ace of Tribe play and miss. We've said that he's had that issue outside of stump, but there just hasn't been enough balls in that area to really test him out. And just felt that at certain times it gone away from the plan and gone too greedy and tried to attack him. I think you just got to, you've got to just sit in sometimes. Abbott comes in again to Tribe and driving up the ground. That's a fantastic shot. Threw mid off for 4. Another boundary. First boundary I can remember of Kyle Abbott. Hasn't been many. Yeah. But again, that for me, that's all right. Bit of a long half volley by Kyle Abbott's standards, and he'll know that. But I don't think you should be put off by Ace. If Ace of Tribe is trying to drive you through the covers, I think that's where you're sort of dragging him out of his comfort zone. So Abbott comes in again to Tribe, and that's more the length from Abbott. Bang on it. Tribe again, worryingly defending that ball on 8th stump. Not sure why.
There is a calmness at the crease, and assuredness in the crease about him. That's one thing I think that stands out. And he does look particularly strong, and obviously has a good array of shots. But there's just that one area we've been talking about, isn't there?
Yeah, absolutely. Abbott begins his run in again to Tribe again, who's trying to sort of dab that down to 3rd man backward point region for no run. Yeah, I think, as I say, you'd be interested to see how he develops over the next year to 2 years, playing, hopefully you hope, in Division 1, playing at the highest standard he can play domestically, where he will be tested. People will know, will have more data in regards to how he plays. Abbott comes in again past the umpire to Tribe, and again another foolish ball, almost a full toss, which Tribe was struggled to beat mid-off. Tumbling stop by Gubbins.
He's been good in the field this year, Gubbins, hasn't he? Sort of in the covers, and now he's at mid-off, which isn't a regular position for him, but he's been throwing himself both left and right in the championship matches we've had so far.
Absolutely. Yeah, you have to back your bowlers up on days like this. It's quite hard work, as you know, Kev.
I do.
Abbott comes in again to Tribe, and that one, he does get through 3rd man. Big chase on. Will it beat the fielder? And it does. And that's another boundary to Tribe. He moves on to 45 now, really motoring along. Again, a bit of a nothing length from Abbott. Wasn't short or full, just quite an easy paced pitch. Tribe was able to have enough time to dab that one to 3rd man. As Scott Curry is going to come in again from the Hilton end as Rob enters.
Rob Phillips is coming in. Michael Carberry will stay on. Just before I go, this one from Lester Horner, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk, talking about the Tiger. Enjoying the excellent coverage in the sunshine. Reference the Tiger on the golf course. Was that the Tiger who came to tea? Those of you that know that very well-known children's book. I love that. Good one. Rob.
Thank you. I've been looking at Glamorgan brothers. We'll get to that in a moment. As Olasan faces, and it's a no ball. The Hampshire, he was caught in the slips, but the umpire immediately signalled no ball. So Zainul Hassan, to the disappointment of Curry, gets a life.
Well, it goes from bad to worse, really, from Hampshire.
Caught Albert bowled Curry. I'm afraid it's not. And Curry looks ruefully at where he overstepped. That's so frustrating, isn't it?
Yeah, it's frustrating. You haven't had much go your way in the way of.
And the scoreboard is still refusing to accept that it's a no ball as Curry comes in again, and Al-Hassan plays that away into the onside. You were talking about brothers earlier, Alan and Ivion, as I mentioned. Jones, probably the most famous. Dave Harrison and his brother Adam Harrison played together for Glamorgan in the 2000s. Dave, mate of yours from?
Yeah, he was a big mate of mine, yeah, from England under-19 days.
Yeah. As Curry bowls again from this end, Al-Hassan leaves that, got one up that one. I don't suppose you remember, Carb, Sam, Teddy and Robert Rooney in the 1890s? Probably a bit before your time.
Yeah, I think I was just coming up through the academy.
In the academy then, yeah. And Pat and Michael Brain both kept wicket for Glamorgan, with Michael playing in 1930 and Fred and Herbie Morgan, centurion for the side, with his elder brother Fred playing in the county in 1896, again before your time and mine. Curry bowls, Hassan defends, no run. And I was just checking, this is already, as you might expect, 79 for no wicket, Glamorgan's best opening stand this season. Byram and Tribe 1 and 10 against Leicestershire, 3 and 54 against Nottinghamshire, and 20 and 31 against Yorkshire in their opening game at Sophia Gardens. Al-Hassan waits. Went just straight through him then, didn't it? Or just over him?
Yeah, I think just play and miss. He's just going through a few struggles at the moment.
Yeah.
One just looking ruefully at the pitch as if it didn't quite bounce as much as he expected it to.
But he obviously left the black cat alone, because he survived that as well.
When it's your day, make hay.
Yeah, quite. Curry bowls, last ball of his over. And Al-Hassan, actually there'll be one more, won't there, because of the no ball. 79 for no wicket, Glamorgan. Al-Hassan on 29, Tribe on 45 from 71. Has punished the bad ball today. I've just been looking at some of the other scores. Everybody who won the toss fielded today. But it's only Surrey who are making hay, as you say. Come back to that as Curry bowls. Al-Hassan plays out on the offside, no run. Surrey have Sussex at 84 for 6. Elsewhere, Leicestershire put in Nottinghamshire 100 for 1. And Yorkshire are 80 for 3 against Somerset. That's in Division 1. And they all won the toss and decided to field first.
Carl Abbott's going to continue from the pavilion end. Can he make something happen for Hampshire? Been the main man for many years. Missed the consistency. Starts his run into Asa Tribe, walks across again, plays the ball up to mid-on for no run. Again, Kyle Abbott adopting 2 slips, a sort of backward point gully, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a deep square with a fine leg, who's quite square due to the lack of pace in his pitch. He comes in past the umpire to Tribe, and Tribe is driving, and that's caught at backward point. Asa Tribe throws his head back. He knows he's made a mistake there, but it's that line we alluded to before, outside off stump, quite a wideish ball. Really should have been leaving that alone, and he's been caught smartly at backward point, and that's Hampshire's first wicket. 79 for 1.
Yeah, he'll be thinking about that one, won't he? Because you can see he threw his head back in disgust at playing the shot, but too late. It was pouched by Middleton.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's that line again. He walks across Asa Tribe. He's right across all 3 at that stage, and you think it was really a ball as an opening bat. You want to be, and a length you really want to be leaving alone. But he played well. He looks a good prospect, I think, for the future. Asa Tribe, lots to like about his game. But that's the learning. You learn as the more you play at this level.
He'll be frustrated because he didn't look in a great deal of bother, did he? Other than that ball in that corridor of uncertainty that you keep talking about.
Yeah, but I mean that's the beauty of learning your game when you're that young. You thrust into Division 1. It's not just the technical aspects he's got to work out. It's also the mental aspect of, as it was taught to me by the great conversation years ago with the great Brian Lowry, talked about making a good day a great day.
Yeah.
You have days like this.
Yeah.
You've got to capitalise, because you'll have many more days where you won't feel that good, and you're walking back having not done much wrong. Especially as an opening bat, there are many more tough days, so you've got to capitalise as much as possible.
Yeah, it's an unforgiving position, isn't it?
It certainly is.
I'm sure you'd agree with that.
If I only knew what I knew.
Yeah. So Kieran Carlson, the Glamorgan captain, comes to the wicket. You'll see in the field, I'm sure you've seen him before, Cubs, but he is just the life and soul. Just leads by example. And we'll be happy with what he's seen so far, but 2 wickets down before lunch puts a different complexion on it.
Yeah, it does.
It's sort of then fair to middling decision to insert Glamorgan.
Absolutely. Sabat comes in again to new batter Carlson, who's playing forward that one again, just squirting that one out to backward point where Middleton took the catch. Feels that one for no run.
He's got 223 runs so far this season, highest score of 95. That was in the game against Leicestershire. So he's in relatively decent form.
Legs and arms pumping past the umpire into Carlson, who's nicely forward, pushing that one out to cover for no run.
In fact, in that total against Leicestershire at Sapphire Gardens, he was out for 95, Sean Dixon was out for 96, and Mason Crane went for 99.
Mason? No way. I'm really kidding.
He's in pretty good nick with
his
the bat
batting,
this
Mason,
season.
doesn't he?
Yeah, well,
good nick. Yeah.
get a taste for it, don't you?
Absolutely.
And he's among the wickets too.
Abbott comes in again to Carlson again. That's nicely timed. Just leaning forward that one, Carlson. He would be off the mark with a scamper 2. Score goes to 81 for 1. Yeah, he's been a revelation at Glamorgan, hasn't he? Mason Crane. I saw him when he was very young here. Obviously, I was coming towards the end of my time here, but yeah, obviously a very good talent. Played the test for England.
Yeah, and got, what was it, 5 for 55 in the first game this season, which helps when you're a leg spinner, get you off on the right track.
Tough time to bowl as well.
Yeah.
Sabat comes in again to Carlson, who's a little bit stuck on the crease, but manages to keep that one out. There's a few oohs and ahs from the slips there, but no damage done. And another successful over for Kyle Abbott. You always felt he was going to be the man to break it open, and he's done so for Hampshire.
Yeah, made the big breakthrough. Tried back in the hedge for 45. Hassan still going. And now with his captain at the crease. And their next target will be to get through to lunch, which is about 10 minutes away. Scott Curry starts his 4th over from this end. Hassan waits. Plays that down behind on the leg side for 1. And the score moves to 82 for 1.
Interesting to see what field Scott Curry and Ben Brown adopt for the new batsman Kieran Carlson, whether they use this 10 minutes or so to really try and break it open. They go a little bit more attacking, settling on a sort of 2 slips and gully sort of ring field.
Curry into Carlson, flicks that away behind Scott on the leg side, goes through to 1, down to fine leg. And Freddie Jones says, we're talking about brothers, he says, morning chaps, on the subject of Glammy brothers, obviously we had the spin twins for many years, Robert Croft and Dean Koska. Don't think that quite counts, does it?
Well,
Freddie and a rainy mumbles, he says, so. Curry to Hassan. Straight bat, rolls down the wicket to the bowler, no run. 83 for 1.
2 very fine bowlers.
Crofty, a bit of a boy.
He was a great bowler. Dean Koska as well.
Yeah. Not far away from a smile when Robert Croft is in town. As Curry bowls, Hassan raise it arms to that one. That one got up a bit.
He's just causing Hassan a few issues the last couple of overs, and he's just found a spot on the pitch where one's bounced, one's kept low, and I guess because of Scott Curry's natural angle going across, Hassan is not quite sure what he should play at the moment.
How tall is Scott Curry? He must be what, 6'5", 6'6"?
Yeah, 6'4", yeah.
I mean, they're all that tall to me.
I reckon I've dropped 2 inches, mate, don't worry.
Curry bowls, Hassan flicks that away off his thigh for 1 run. 84 for 1. I'm as a lot of people know, I'm very diminutive, shorter than average. So when it comes,
good thing in small packages, mate.
Yeah. Well, when it comes to interviewing anybody over 5'10", my arm is stretched. 83 for 1.
So can Scott Curry find the answer here?
Carlson just dabs that down to the slips. No run. And now he's just thinking, let's get to the break.
Yeah, absolutely, and rightly so. I mean, your openers have done an amazing job, 84 for 1, which is why I'm saying I think Hampshire, this is the chance you've got to jump on Glamorgan now a bit. I think they've been a little bit, dare I say, a little bit passive, a little bit timid this season on that front. I think the game is, there's almost been happy to sit by and watch the game drift along. I think this is the time now. I'd get on the aggressive now. Try and get some more catches in. Your best bowlers on now. Kyle Abbott, try and put some pressure on as he comes into Hassan, who's driving away. They're taking a quick single, but successfully taken.
Yeah, it sounds obvious, but a win doesn't half pay off for you, doesn't it? I mean, we talked previously about at other games I've been involved in. Is it too much for a draw? Should there be less for a draw?
Yeah.
But there's a way of solving that. Just win.
Well, yeah, absolutely. And Hampshire obviously in the last year or so have lost a little bit of experience, so they're obviously trying to give some young guys a go. Abbott comes in again to Carlson, who's again flicking that up to mid-on. He takes his in. There's a shy at the stumps. Oh, just That was pretty close. There could be overthrows here. I think that might have come off of Carlson's body. I'm not too sure.
Yeah,
He's
I think
rejected
Carlson
the
had
run.
overrun anyway in the stretch to get there. I think he might have been struggling here.
I think he was. Yeah, you're right. That was a hit. It was a great piece of fielding. But yeah, yeah, absolutely. And but I think just just the culture, I suppose, at the moment with Hampshire, you feel that it's almost they're just trying to stay up, and you want to, you've got opportunities at home necessarily. I think you want to get a bit more aggressive. It comes in again to Alassane. That's misdirected down the leg side. Ben Brown not able to glove that one, punching it down to fine leg, but just the one.
What Carlson has already done is get them running quicker between the stumps, hasn't he?
Yeah, been very busy. Absolutely, he's run very well, been very aggressive. He's knocked the ball a half a yard of mid on, mid off, and he's off. No hesitation.
It's his natural style of playing, and you'll see it in the field as well.
Zabit comes in again to Carlson. That's great leave outside off stump. Carlson shoulder in arms, watching that one go through. A decent carry as well. So it just shows there's still a bit in this pitch if you're just prepared to get the ball a little bit fuller. I'll say he hasn't done too much from back of the length. I think it's been quite easy pace, hasn't it?
Yeah. As I said, they've established their best first innings partnership of the season so far.
Carlson defending that one up to mid-off. This is good for Abbott so far. Right on the money. So he's just clocked, slowly ticks towards lunch.
Radio Wales will be calling soon for a quick update.
Abbott past the umpire into Carlson. Again, just mistiming that one, just the bat turning in his hand. That one sort of spinning out to mid-on. That's a decent over from Abbott. Again, asking questions. Glamorgan managing to hold them at bay. Curry's done a decent job here. 4 overs for 8 runs. I think that's what you're asking for as a skipper, isn't it?
Absolutely.
On a wicket that's not offering you very much. I mean, Baker's been outstanding, going at 1.83. Look at that. I mean, that's tremendous.
Very miserly, isn't it?
Absolutely. Yeah, tremendous going.
So I think this will probably be the last over before the luncheon. As Curry runs away from us past the umpire now. Alassane hits him on the thigh pad. A muffled shout, but I think that was always going down leg, was it?
Yeah, I think so. With Scott Curry's natural angle, he's always going to struggle for LBWs. Personally, I mean, I'm gonna throw a little curveball here at you, Rob, in a minute.
Well, on that note, I'll make way for Kev. Curry balls.
That's a big appeal.
And no response from the umpire. Alassane lives to fight another day. No, we're getting a replay of that now on our monitor.
It's close, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was, yeah. Worth a shout. Oh, Ben Brown imploring behind the stumps.
But he's always going to struggle, Scott Curry, with that angle, isn't he? He generally pushes the ball across, which is why I'm going to throw the curveball in. How do you think about this? Bringing fine leg up and into a slip. No fine leg.
Okay, hang on, give me a time as that ball is goes past Alassane. Well, I would say why not for the last couple of deliveries of this over.
Absolutely. If Scott Curry can back himself to hold that line, you don't need a fine leg. Get bring him up. Another one of your specialist catchers can come in, put that pressure on him. Why not?
If you were my captain, I'd back you. Skip.
John, always thinking about getting your wickets, mate. See, get off that park.
Curry balls. That's a clip drive from Olasan, square, and it pushes it through for 2 runs. So Glamorgan moved to 89 for 1, Al-Hassan 34. The only wicket to fall, Asa Tribe caught in the slips of Abbott for 45.
So just 2 balls to go.
Yeah. Curry's going to bowl again to Al-Hassan. Plays it straight. And Cabs, if you continue, I'll be right back.
Yeah, just a 1 ball now before lunch, you would imagine. I think the happier the 2 teams definitely will be Glamorgan, unless Scott Curry can make something happen here. He's bowled very well so far. Only gone for the 10 runs from his 4.5 overs. Can he finish strong? So he comes in past the umpire to Hassan, who leaves that well alone, turns his back and makes his way to the pavilion alongside the Hampshire fielders, and that's been a good session for Glamorgan, Kev.
Yeah, I think they'll be the happier of the 2 sides, definitely, won't they? 89 for 1. We've had, what, 28 overs this morning. Al-Hassan, who's played neatly for his 34, although should have been out when he was on 29, when he was caught in the slips. It was a no ball from Scott Curry, but overall, definitely the visitors are the happier of the 2 sides. We're going to take a break, and we'll be back with you at 20 to 1.
Enjoy yourself on a UK no-fly cruise. Enjoy yourself. There's amazing shows for you.
Enjoy yourself. There's outstanding cuisine.
Enjoy yourself. Enjoy yourself. It's all high quality. Enjoy yourself. Enjoy yourself. It's all high quality.
Joe Weatherly, as I mentioned earlier, so first ball was very wide outside off stump. Passes harmlessly through to keeper Ben Brown. So Toby Albert into the side, hasn't...
As Ogbourne bowls, and this is driven and, well, it's angled away down to the wide 3rd man boundary. It was a wide delivery from Archie Vaughan, pitched right up.
Well, there's a little bit more blue above us, but still predominantly cloud. It's nicely played through mid-wicket, Toby Albert. That's nicely timed, and that might win the race, the ball, and it does. Nice clip off his toes. Carry on like this, really. As Ogbourne bowls, that's very wide again, and that's hit through square cover, and that's going for 4. Had to reach for that a little bit, Toby Albert, but he was in control of the shot.
Ball in bowls. This is driven away through the offside. Handsome shot from Toby Albert. Shot of the morning so far. Brings in 4 runs, takes the score on to 19. He's got 17.
Osborne comes in again to Gubbins. That's a beautiful delivery. That's left in, bounced through to that second slip. That was a great catch. That was going decent knots as well.
To Prest. Prest uses his feet, and that's a glorious shot down the pitch. Leach comes in again, nice approach, and again short, and that's hammered. That one, there's the one, the gap from Prest. As Overton comes into press, and that's a beautiful delivery. He's nicked, and he's gone. Fantastic delivery. Great catch from Roux, who had to slightly dive forward.
A couple of days beforehand. Gregory in the bowls. This is edged off a flashing drive down through the slips for 4 runs.
Overton again. Lehman cuts that away through backward a point powerfully, 4 runs. Just a little bit to width there from Craig Overton.
Somerset were pretty good. Gregory in and bowls. It's a hook shot, pull shot, and it's gone. Not entirely, I think, where it was a top edge, and it's gone down to fine leg.
Anthony, over the next couple of that, look forward to that. That's pulled away. That's a nice looking shot. That's going to be at least 4. Short delivery. Picked that up nicely, did Archie Vaughan.
He's done very well for Hampshire since he joined them from Sussex. This again is run off the edge, played with soft hands by Tom Lammonby, and that will bring him 4 runs. He just angled the bat. It didn't come off the face of the bat, but
As Yusuf comes into ball to Vaughan, that's a beautiful shot. Stood tall on top of the bounce, a little bit of width put away for exquisite boundary.
here's Abbott in and bowls to S is edged and caught. Caught by Toby Albert at second slip, and that's the end of Tom Lammonby. He went hard at that ball outside the off stump.
You know, it's very tough to do as a youngster.
Abbott bowls, oh, and that comes off the inside edge. He was right through James Roux there. He was late on the shot, was James Roux.
Kyle Abbott bowling that testing line.
He's in. This is driven away nicely through the offside. There he is. That's the off drive.
He's back.
You know, being able to bat long periods of time. As Yusuf comes in again to Vaughan, again that trademark short arm jab a la his old man Michael Vaughan, and that's gone for another boundary. I'm not sure that's the length on this pitch. Yusuf should be bowling to the short side. You know, duck it. It's not. That's a great shot again from Archie Vaughan. Beautiful shot. Stood tall.
2 early wickets here has helped. Short, and that's pulled away. It's a top edge, but it's going to fly. And it's gone down to fine leg, and it's gone for 4.
He didn't try and hit it that too hard. James Roux just moved his weight into the shot and played it with minimum of effort, maximum of effect. Here's Eddie Jack in bowls, and this again is turned away through the onside, this time through straight mid-wicket.
It's good to be back from a first day at the bowl this year as Baker's in, pulled away nicely. It's in the air, it could be caught at fine leg, right on the boundary. Got suckered.
Familiar pause before he bowls. Dawson walks in. Table just uses his feet and lofts that one over mid-on for, has that gone all the way?
Yep,
gone all the way
6.
for 6. Terrific shot. Dawson in again to Roux, flighted delivery, and that's beautifully played. That's punched away with control, full face of the bat. And he's looked a little bit off colour in the first home game. I think he's going to want to bowl well here. As he comes in again to Roux, who again slaps that now the other side of Kyle Abbott, who remains hands on knees, didn't even flinch.
Baker's in, bowls to Abel. This comes off glove, I think. It's going to go for 4.
There's a lot of questions I myself would be asking as an outsider looking in, as Tom Abel whips Yusuf away through the leg side for another boundary. If you haven't got experience to know how to bat on those pitches, it's a very tough place to be. As Abel again works this one away.
Bowls, Roux drives away through the offside. Lovely shot, beautiful shot. The high, I love the high right elbows. He's a left-hander. This is driven away again beautifully through the offside by James Roux, overpitched by Abbott, and that is going to beat the fielder to the boundary, and that is James Roux's 50. Abbott to Roux. He turns this away, and that's going to go for 4 as well, I think. Looking into the sun, it's quite hard to see. It has indeed. Abbott then, last ball of the over, is into Roux. Plays this firmly back up the pitch, and it has eluded the fielder, and that's, I think, gone for 4 as well. So 4 fours in that Kyle Abbott over. In bowls, it goes for the reverse sweep and gets it nicely. Well, that's just the shot to play in the penultimate over of the day, isn't it? Reverse sweep.
So here we are, last ball as Yusuf comes in over the wicket and Roux drives pleasantly wide and mid-off. What a shot to finish off the day. He's played a few of those.
Oh dear.
More expensive than we're used to as Abel works him away on the onside, and we are underway.
Well, as we've been saying, Kyle Abbott is Tom Abel's nemesis.
Baker again. That's clipped away just wide of mid-on past a diving Liam Dawson, and that's going for 4. Didn't initially look as though it had enough legs on it. I'm sure Sonny Baker will test him again with a short one, not on that occasion because it's a length ball and he's played that late with an open face, and it's run down to the vacant third man area, and that's 4 runs.
When you're turning up, as Yusuf bowls again, driven, sliced, and he's gone. That's a wicket. Sliced into the gully area by James Roux, hangs his head.
Yusuf in and bowls, and he goes away, hits it away through mid-wicket, just short enough there. Wasn't completely convincing, it's gone for 4. And this is helped on its way down to the fine leg boundary. Not sure that's entirely where Will Smead was intending. So it's just the one slip as Yusuf bowls, and this is pulled away and is caught down at long leg by Sonny Baker.
Well, I don't know, if I'm totally honest. Yeah, I wasn't sure what I said, but I'm not sure I said that. Oh, is he caught behind? Oh, yes, he's gone. Pushed forward, thinnest of outside edges. Abel goes, caught Ben Brown boldly.
Country as well. Overton drives that one up to wide mid-on. In fact, he might get a boundary there. The fielder, Kyle Abbott, sort of thought, well, that's obviously going for 4.
Robin Hill, that's another place. I don't know if that's still going. Do a bit of tobogganing down the wicket. That's hit over Eddie Jack's head at deep mid-on, and that's bouncing away 4 runs.
Here comes Abbott, bowls. Oh, that's a big LBW. In fact, he's bowled him. I thought perhaps he'd appeal for LBW, but it's cannon maybe off his pad and straight into the stump. So a terrible lead that by Lewis Gregory. He's dangerous.
Dawson bowls down the pitch, lofting this down the ground for 4. Jack Leach. Dawson bowls, Overton content to play it defensively. That's the end of the morning session. Somerset going in at 240.
All right, here's Yusuf then, who's got first up this afternoon and immediately beats the outside edge of Jack Leach. Again, the carry is
a little more poetic. Dawson bowls, Leach drives, 4 runs. Only just.
I probably should have done. Here's Yusuf from the pavilion end. Bowls to Overton, who's hooking. He's got a top edge, but he's going very quickly down to fine leg. It's gone for 4. Baker's round the wicket, 2 slips weight. And bowls. Leach cuts that away. Nice shot. Through point for 4. Timed that nicely. Here's Baker round the wicket. That's nicely whipped away. And that's 4 runs through mid-wicket. Wow, he's timed.
Dawson bowls. Overton is caught at short extra cover by Ben Mays.
What Baker's approach to the tail is, and in fact he realised there that was going to be a full one after the short ball. He gets 4 for it. Sliced through the gully region, shortish boundary.
Dawson to Ogbourne. Gives that one a little bit more air, and there's a misunderstanding. Shy at the stumps, and he's gone.
Yeah.
And he has gone.
Yeah.
And that was, there probably was a single there that Ogbourne wasn't coming, and he's sort of apologising to Jack Leach.
Here's Dawson, down the wicket comes Ogbourne. He's hit that nicely over extra cover, and that's 4 runs. Nice shot.
Yeah.
As good as anything we've seen for a while. There are just under 53 overs left in the day, so even if Somerset were bowled out, we've got an awful lot of play left. He's come down the wicket again. He hits it high. Is it going over the head of Sonny Baker? Yes, it is. It's 6.
Wow.
At the Oval in the 50-over competition. Oh, yeah, he's hooked that one. He's got underneath it and helped it down to fine leg. That's a scoop rather than a hook.
experienced hand to try and knock over the last man, and in fact Jake Ball gets a 4 through the slips. I think that was a sort of fairly airy drive.
Here's Eddie Jack bowls, and that's hit back to him, and that's caught and bowled, and that is the end of Alfie Ogborn. He didn't quite get hold of that. He tried to smack it back past the bowler, but Eddie Jack caught it two-handed on his follow through, and Ogborn goes for 38.
Gregory bowls, and this is run off a thick edge down towards third man, and we'll go to the boundary for the first runs of the. He's in and bowls to Albert. This is driven nicely away through the offside for 4 runs. Over pitch from Gregory.
Here comes Ogborn bowls down the leg side. That's 4 somethings, leg buys, 4 runs in fact. Must have just got a little tickle on that, Gubbins.
Leach again, bowls, and Gubbins is back on his stumps, playing that away nicely through the offside. Just a little bit short there from Jack Leach, and Leach again, bowls to Gubbins, who gets an outside edge to an arm ball, which runs away down towards the third man boundary. Alfie Ogborn in vain pursuit. 4 more runs.
Oh, one of those.
Yep.
This one from Overton is turned into the leg side by Gubbins, but no run, fielded at mid-wicket, and that is tea.
Yep. And well, the clouds are melting away, which is very appropriate from a Hampshire point of view, because
it's called Stars on Sunday. As Overton's around the wicket, Gubbins drives down the ground, beautiful shot. That's 4 runs up towards the changing room.
For Leach to Gubbins, we got a silly point in, and Gubbins goes for the reverse sweep and nails it down to the third man boundary.
He plays some lovely shots, does Tom Prest. That's a lovely weighted back foot drive. And we're into the 3rd innings as it's turned away through mid wicket. Looks beautifully timed as well. Just erred on 2 straight there over to Gregory again. Bowls, pressed off the back foot, guides that down to third man. There's nobody there, and it's going to be 4 runs. 23, Prest moves on 2.
You know, because he'd be turning it away from the left-hander.
It's Gregory in and bowls. This is cut away down to third man for 4 runs. Short and wide from Gregory, and
now he's bowling to the left-handed Gubbins. Bowls again. Gubbins down the wicket, hits it powerfully over mid-on. Good shot, and use of the feet was excellent there. In terms of its marketability, its spreading of the game, etc.
Vaughan in and bowls, and this is again his cut, but this time it goes past Smead and out
shot
to the boundary for 4 runs. Here's Vaughan to Prest, goes for the reverse sweep and gets it. 4 runs, and that's the 100 on the board for Hampshire. 103. Dave Nosworthy was like that.
Leach bowls, Gubbins turns it into the leg side. That might be 4 actually. He's timed that so well. That's 4 runs off the back foot, and that's his 50.
Here's Jake Ball then, right arm over, runs away from us and bowls to Tom Prest, length ball. Prest gets wrapped on the pad, and looks close, he's gone. Jake Ball has done it first delivery. Prest turns around, trudges back, runs in past the umpire once more. And Gubbins cuts that away, and that's gone quickly. He's not run for that. I think it was a bit of a top edge on that one. It's gone very fine. I was looking a little squarer initially.
Bush Telegraph. That's glanced for a boundary by Jake Lehman. Fathers and sons, or cricketers that looked like each other before, and that was very Darren Lehman, that shot.
Proper off drive. Here's Ogborn to Gubbins in bowls. Gubbins pulls, and it's gone down to the fine leg boundary for 4 runs.
Here we go then. Final delivery. Leach bowls, and Gubbins just quietly turns that away on the leg side, and that is day 2 completed. A maiden over for Jack Leach. Nick Gubbins is 70 not out, returns tomorrow morning. Jake Lehman 16 not out, returns tomorrow morning. Hampshire 146 for 1.
Enjoy yourself on a UK no-fly cruise. Enjoy yourself. There's amazing shows for you.
Enjoy yourself. There's outstanding cuisine.
Enjoy yourself, enjoy yourself. It's all high quality. Enjoy yourself, enjoy yourself. It's all high quality.
Here's Jake Ball then around the wicket to the left-hander Gubbins, Lehman, who takes his bat out the way. Did he get hit on the arm there? Somerset didn't quite get the innings they wanted. That's pulled away, helped down to a fine leg by Lehman. In fact, it's gone fine. It's gone for 4 runs. Nicely placed. Moves on to 22 when it's 156 for 1. Ball around the wicket again. Short, pulled away by Gubbins. Down to fine legs. Gone very fine. Good bit of fielding, not quite.
Now here's Overton, right arm over and whipped through the leg side by Lehman, piercing the gap. A brilliant stop. Oh no, it's gone through his hand. It's trickling up to the boundary for 4. Overton past the stumps and an edge through first slip. It's going to run away for another boundary as Overton's past the umpire this time, and a flowing drive through extra cover again through the gap. 3rd boundary of the over.
If we bring an experience into it. Short ball, pulled away, lovely shot. Jake Lehman, he's played 1 or 2 already this morning.
Jack Leach doesn't take long to hit his mark. A reverse sweep from Gubbins, played gloriously, and I think this is going to beat the fielder in the deep. Yeah, it does. Point just backward of square. Here's Leach again, and an edge and gone. Caught by Craig Overton. The short leg's a good position for the right-hander as he comes down the track, Toby Albert, and clears mid-on. Doesn't quite get a hold of it, but it is going to trickle its way towards the cow corner bound.
In and bowls to Albert. Appeal this time for LBW and gone. That one looked much more like it.
Brown faces up and inside edges. It's gone down towards fine leg, so he is off the mark and it's bobbling its way down to the boundary and just jumps over. Both indexing. It almost looks as if his grip is red, but he's facing up to Leach and he whips through square leg. Really nice shot there. Beats square leg on his left shoulder, and that's winning the race with ease.
Gregory bowls and appeal for LBW. He's in, bowls a full length and turned away out to deep square leg for 4 runs. Over pitch there. Gregory to Brown, who plays this into the offside, through the offside for 4 runs. Tom Abel dived in vain.
69 in total. Here's Leach over the wicket. Sweep shot there from Lehman. It's going for 4. Thought it might just have hit the short leg initially.
Approach up to the wicket and bowls, and this is punched away through the offside by Lehman. It will be cut off by Will Smead, and they'll come back for 2 runs, and that is the Jake Lehman 50 from 94 balls. Ogbourne in and bowls to him again, and bowls him! well bowled Alfie Ogbourne. Ogbourne going around the wicket to Mays, who just lets that run off the face of the bat down towards 3rd man, and it will go over the boundary.
As he begins his career, this is Brown on strike, and his edge has gone through the gap between the keeper and first slip. And Root,
perhaps. Here's Archie Vaughan. Now down the wicket, hits him high over mid-on. Good shot, that one from Ben Mays. There is a fielder 3/4 of the way back at mid-on. It's gone way over his head.
Mays sets up again and faces Lammonby. It's edge just past first slip, and a diving Overton can't quite get there.
To settle for a draw.
Lamby's in, a nice strong cut shot there by Brown. Through extra cover, and the mid-off gives up in pursuit. A tricky task. Here's Lammonby, final ball of the morning session, and it's a nice punch through cover point, and Ben Brown finishes the morning session with a couple of boundaries.
Surprise sports commentary hasn't been tried on AI.
Well, it's interesting you say that. Oh, he's bowled. He's got through the defences of Ben Mays there. Ben Mays can't quite believe it, just takes his time walking back. Here's Archie Vaughan. Down the wicket comes Brown, drives that nicely through mid-wicket. Nice use of his feet, nice placement, neatly along the ground, and that's his half-century.
Ball in and bowls. This is cut away through the offside. Lovely shot, 4 runs. To our left, but they've run 2. And Dawson down the pitch, hitting this in the air, and is caught by Tom Abel.
Bowls very short this time, pulled out towards the fine leg boundary, and a good piece of fielding out there. Oh no, it's been parried over the rope before.
Vaughan in and bowls, and a big swing, and not sure whether that came off the inside edge. It's going to go for 4. It's 4 byes, in fact.
Go his way as Overton's running in from the hotel end, and it's just played down towards third man. Quite fine, actually. I think he's beat the man who's very wide down there. He is.
You might see a picture of him somewhere around the place. It's bowled! Done the trick straight away. Lewis Gregory celebrates as well. That's a big wicket. Right, Gregory from the pavilion end once more. This time to Abbott. That was bowled! Whoa, this is a spell and a half here from Lewis Gregory.
Overton in and bowls, and this is turned down to fine leg, and it's gone for 4 runs.
Round the wicket into Jack. Oh, and another. Oh, now they've gone up for that. Has he got a little nick on that? Or has he actually clipped? He's clipped the bails, I think, and the stumps. I think he's bowled him. Either way, it's 9 down. Bowled by Gregory. Jack is out for 2. That's exactly what's happened there. And I have to say, was that the 3rd, 4th ball he's bowled in almost that identical area? He's just kept at it.
Terrific bowling. To Baker. Oh, and this squirts off the inside edge. He'll pick up 2 and they'll take the 2. In fact, he'll pick up 4.
Bang goes deeper here on the offside. That's a deep extra cover position, really. Into the pads, LBW appeal. Look, the umpire out. LBW, Baker's gone for 4. Gregory picks up another. It's 5 for Gregory. Terrific work from the skipper. 5 wickets means the Hampshire all out for 336. 286 in front. Well, he's led from the front this afternoon. You take.
He's running in past the umpire towards us, and it's a good leave just outside the off stump. Past the umpire, right arm over and tap down towards fine leg, and that's going to be 4 to start the day off for Somerset's batters.
Their second innings, and that's nicely played off the back foot. Width there from Yusuf, and Archie Vaughan puts that away. Yusuf runs away from us, bowls Fuller this time, and that's worked through mid-wicket, 4 runs.
What they're meant to be, isn't it? As Kyle Abbott bowls, and it brings about the outside edge from Archie Vaughan, and that's going to be 4 runs down towards the third man boundary.
Past the umpire and bowls, and that's nicely played by Vaughan into the covers, and that's 4 runs. That's nicely timed. Easy as you like, that one.
It's very reminiscent of his father.
Wasn't it? There's one out there for that. Length ball pushes forward off the outside half of the bat, and that's running down to third man. That's going for 4 more. Useful runs here as Vaughan moves on to 30, which I'm sure most people do. As Baker comes in again, shorter, pulled away by Vaughan. It's in the air, and he's caught a deep square leg for the 2nd time in the game.
What did I say?
Can't resist it, can he?
Quite a brave shot to play against Kyle Abbott. Gets away with it, 38 for 1. Bowls, and this time he's punching that away through the offside. That's going to be 4 runs. Nice shot. Just a little bit of width from Kyle Abbott. Oh, it takes him on the pad and gone. That's the end of Josh Thomas.
It's stuck. That's Cody Yusuf. And Sonny Baker has done it again. This time it's Tom Lannonby. He's gone for 9. Colour. Here's Baker. Rue's chasing that one a little bit outside the off stump, but he gets most of the bat on that as it goes out to Eddie Jack at third man. And I was fortunate to sit with him at Shardalow's when I played for Amersham. He was so generous with his time and wisdom. Look him up, a very interesting.
Explained. Dawson bowls. This is slog swept by James Rue for 4 runs. He moves on to 7. He's only faced 11 deliveries. James Rue enjoying the majority of the strike.
As he tries to pull that away, there's an example of him not being in total control.
There you are.
4 for 8. Here's Cody Yusuf, bowls, and Rue drives. Again, it's come off the outside half of the bat. It's running down to third man where no way
far
Eddie
away
Jack.
from goal.
Rothesay got off to a quick start. They were 33 for none off 7 overs. This time a sweep through square leg, and that's already hit the boundary. 104 for 3. As he walks in. A reverse sweep from Rue, and it beats the fielder. It's beaten short third man on the fine side. It's also just gone past the... Here comes Dawson. Again, another sweep shot. And that's just a single as he gets through to 50. It's his 14th in first-class cricket.
Jack bowls. Rue flicks that away, down to fine leg. It's going for 4. Wicket. Here we go. Last ball. Rue plays that to mid-wicket, and there we are. End of day 3. Rue finishes 58 not out, Tom Abel 27, and Somerset at 139 for 3 in their second innings. From here, need another 140.
He's bowling to Tom Abel, and that's a full pitch delivery, which is met by a broad Tom Abel bat and played out into the offside.
Still Somerset have 7 second innings wickets intact as Abbott comes in to Rue, edges through, and he has carried this time.
Bowls. And a run here, probably 4 runs.
And Smead hits that off the back foot, lovely shot in the gap, and that's going for 4. Right, here's Abbott. And that's a thick outside edge, but there's more runs, and it's running down to third man, and it's going to be 4 more.
Yusuf bowls, Abel turns this away through the onside, and it's gone for 4. It's in the air for a time.
I think Essex have lost another wicket there, 5 down at Warwickshire. Nice drive through the covers. That will be Abel's 50. Fielded on the boundary by Eddie Jack, and Abel moves on to 51 off 118 balls with 3 fours. Can't see anybody on the roof. That's a bit of width, and that is caught it back with a point. Mistake from Will Smead.
He is now, and he bowls down the track. He's bowled! Liam Dawson goes running off in Alan Shearer style. You know, the man, the man I'm looking for tips, saying that these are not necessarily the the way to do it.
Yeah, 4 runs.
Baker in and bowls. This is cut away down to deep backward square, deep backward point for 4 runs. It's short and wide from Sonny Baker.
Press final ball of the morning session. Bowls and a defensive shot to finish. 2-2-3 for 6 Somerset. The game stands.
Gregory will take him on the pad, and
Abbott again, bowls. Edged! Oh, it's between keeper and first slip, but I don't think it would have carried. But he has found the gap.
As Dawson's in, and down the track comes Tom Abel and whips it away through mid-wicket. I can reassure you, as Abbott bowls and a whip through mid-wicket, glorious shot. The new ball races away to the boundary through that straight mid-wicket region.
Gregory hammers this away through the offside for 4. The target goes down.
262 for 6. Baker bowls. He's bowled him, and there's the breakthrough. Into Ogbourne, and Ogbourne pushes forward, and that is down to third man, and there's the 4.
What did I say? Just got a bit carried away there, I think, Alfie Ogbourne. Going for glory. Abbott to Abel. He turns this away through the onside for 4 runs.
To Leach, length ball. Leach off the back foot, cracks that away. That'll be 4, I think. Hasn't quite reached the rope, it has now.
Here at the Utilita Bowl, it's 100 for Tom Abel, 101 not out, and Somerset have beaten Hampshire by 2 wickets in an absolutely thrilling finish to a great game of cricket.
Enjoy yourself on a UK no-fly cruise. Enjoy yourself. There's amazing shows for you.
There's
There's outstanding cuisine.
Enjoy yourself, it's all high quality. Enjoy yourself, it's all high quality.
Break 89 for 1. The not out batters this afternoon are Zain Ul Hassan, who's 34 not out. Kieran Carlson, the captain, is 4 not out. Asa Tribe, the 1 wicket to fall this morning after an hour and 45 minutes of play when he carved Kyle Abbott to backward a point. Well caught by Fletcher Middleton. And Tribe out for 45. Al Hassan, before that, was out, or should have been out, when he was caught in the slips off Scott Curry, but that was a no ball. He was on 29 at that stage. This wicket is a little grassier than ones that we've had previous this season. That's to help with carry and to help just keep a little bit of pace in the pitch a little bit longer, because I guess the pitches here have been a little bit dead and have got slower as they've dried out throughout the 4 days. I think probably the wicket hasn't done quite as much as Hampshire would have thought, and maybe Hampshire probably just could have bowled a bit better by about 10%, and who knows what would have happened. But take nothing away, Glamorgan had the better of the morning session. I'm Kevin James. Later on you'll hear from Michael Carberry, the former Hampshire and England batter. He's with us all day. We've also got Rob Phillips from BBC Wales. But just for the next 20 minutes, I'm joined by Hampshire's former left-arm spinner, Reg Maru. Reg, a very good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Kevin.
And what have you made? I've gone through a very sort of long resume there. What have you made of the morning so far?
Well, as you suggested, the wicket has got a lot of grass on it, but for my liking, the grass seems very dry. It's green, but it's very dry. But that looks quite. It's got a little bit of pace, a bit carry, but there's not any lateral movement at all off the deck, at all. Hampshire are going to be hampered a little bit without young Dawson as well in the spin department, who can bowl from one end.
Is there going to be a lot of turnout there? There's too much grass, isn't there? It's not going to be anything, surely. It's got to be all seam. We could be here till 7:30 every night.
Funny you should say that, because Shane Warne used to say here that when there was grass on, he always got a little bit more purchase off the deck than he did, with a bit more pace.
It's outside the off stump. Carson just withdraws the bat as he does so. Now, Reg Maru, you're here. And we remember you as a Hampshire player. Some of you who are a bit older will remember you as a Middlesex player before that as well. But you were at Lancing College. But you are no longer at Lancing College.
No, I went in to do 3 years to get their cricket together, and it ended up doing 16 years. So it ended up a very long journey.
That's not bad, is it? You'd have settled for 16 years when you started that job. Here's Sonny Baker. He switched ends for this afternoon. He was bowling from this commentary end initially. That's nicely played by Carlson. Backward a point. That's gone very quickly. Beat Scott Curry, who was running around from third man. And that's the first boundary of the afternoon session. That's come in the third ball since the break. And Glamorgan move on to 93 for 1.
There's no margin of error on this wicket. You know, you have got to bowl stump to stump line on here. If you bowl slightly wider, the ball's coming onto the bat very nicely, and it looks like a good even bounce. The batsman can play through the line of the shots and get full value.
2 slips for Sonny Baker. A little hop at the start of his mark, comes in past the umpire and bowls. Carlson leaves that one alone. Good pace. That's nipped back as well a little bit, which we will get from time to time on this wicket. And watch that again on the picture feed, actually. One of the several ways you could pick us up for this game. Oh, it's nipped back, yeah. Good leave as well, to be fair. We're on the picture feed, Hampshire Cricket website. That's going back to the Glamorgan Cricket website. We're also on the BBC Sport website and app, and also around the ground. So, Reg Maru, what are you doing now?
Well, I'm looking to start up a spin cricket business, looking mainly to work especially spin bowling stuff around the county.
Here's Baker in again, bowls to Carlson. Carlson leaves that one alone, a little wider off stump this time.
So we're pretty busy during May half term, and we've actually just lined up a spin bowling masterclass which goes out on the 26th of May. This is all going to be done at a new indoor cricket centre which is opened up in Fareham called Bat 360. So any information, then I could leave you with an email address people you can contact for inquiries.
Okay, we can do that. So you're looking for people to sign up, and you take them under your wing?
Yeah, and mainly do one-to-one stuff. We'll do the masterclass 2 or 3 times a year.
Right.
And we'll do it that way.
Okay. Sonny Baker brings in a gully here for Carlson. And again, and bowls, and always taking the bat away. I think that's hit his shoulder, it's hit his elbow as the ball bounces before Ben Brown. They seem to take a little bit of puff of dust on that one. Just have a quick watch of this one as it pitches. Baker in, and there's a little bit of puff of dust.
Dust is very dry out there. Although it's got grass on it, it looks very dry.
It does. So, a new spin bowling masterclass started by Reg Maru. So the sort of people are you looking to take under your wing? Somebody like a Liam Dawson, would he sort of fit the bill?
Well, there's different types. There are advanced spinners, there are intermediate spinners, and the basic spinners. People who are just starting out, or people at the top.
Right.
Whichever.
Okay, so there you are. There's a new class starting up. It's got Scott Curry to get the bowling from our hotel end, commentary end, underway, and he's bowling to the left-hander Al Hassan, and that's played out on the leg side, and there is no run. So Glamorgan 93 for 1, and we're into the 30th over of this Glamorgan innings, and they've been put into bat after Hampshire won the toss earlier this morning. You've done a lot of coaching though, Raj, haven't you, over the years, so this is nothing new to you?
Well, it's nothing new. It's a little bit more specialist stuff now, and also looking at schools or clubs who you can go in and help them with the basic structure.
Drive in, that's gone through backward a point. That'll be 4, full delivery outside off stump.
Yeah, so it's teaching them the basic structure and the process to get right before the game, in between the game, how to deal with situations, and getting them going. So yeah, so we've started a little bit with Havant Cricket Club. So go in once a fortnight and help them, their seniors, get their structure right there, and then if there's anybody else we can help with, then that'll be that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, if this sounds like it's something for you, as I say, Raj will give out his contact details at the end. Now that's a good bounce from outside the off stump. Ben Brown's taking that about shoulder height, and it's still on its way up. There's an example of when the ball hits the right areas of grass, how it differs from pitching and other areas on this wicket. It's not all total grass on that wicket. There are areas of bare earth. That's why sometimes you see balls going through to the keeper at a different height and a little quicker than others. What's that? You just showed me something there. Is somebody signing up?
It's
if it's the person I think it is, that's played out square on the offside. I didn't know they bowled spin.
No.
Is it who I think it is? 97 for 1. It is, isn't it? Yeah. No, they definitely didn't bowl spin. Not that I know of.
No. No, but might have somebody who does bowl spin.
Well, do you know what? I didn't think of that. And it might be somebody who, we not them personally, but who they recommend. Somebody who's fairly well-known name. Interesting. Here comes Curry. We're talking in riddles here, and it's a bit unfair, but let's play that quietly on the offside.
Yeah, no. It's a start of a thing. It's a start of a new journey, new lifestyle, and it's a good lifestyle balance as well at home as well, because for 40, 46, 47 years, but as a player and as a coach, you've been away from home.
Yeah.
Now you can spend a little bit more time at home, seeing the grandkids grow up, having a bit of time with the family, and go down that road.
I haven't quite got that road yet. I haven't reached that road, as that's played out on the leg side. And there is no run. I must admit, I'm perfectly happy following Hampshire up and down the country. Enjoy it. I haven't quite got to that point yet.
Physically, you're just standing up here where we're out there doing all the work, running around.
It's not easy. It's not easy.
I might have a game for you on July the 5th.
No, I know the game you're talking about. It's an ex-Hampshire Players 11, isn't it?
No, this is a game for a chap at Lymington Cricket Club who's been diagnosed with post-rate cancer and doing a little bit of charity stuff for the Bob Willis Foundation.
Oh yes, that's another game. Yeah, I saw that on the group, the ex-Hampshire Players group WhatsApp group. That's right. Yes, I saw that.
So,
no, to be honest, Reg, I haven't played for about 2, 3, 4 years now, and I'll come down and support if I'm around. Here comes Baker. Carlson drives on the up, fielded at point by Nick Gubbins.
I think you'll be busy. There's a blast game on that day as well. So
what a shame. I will be busy. Yes.
You will be busy on that day.
Somebody else asked me to do something the other day, and I thought, oh no, there's a game on then. To be honest, when isn't there a game on? But as I say, I don't mind it at all. It's great fun. Very lucky to be able to do this, as I have done for a long time. And well, you've done a bit of this with this, Raj, over the years as well, haven't you?
Yeah,
we've shared some moments,
some fun moments, some good wins, good finals.
Definitely. Here comes Baker in. Carlson ducks underneath that one. I think he was expecting a bounce. That seemed to be quite way outside off stump. Score is 97 for 1 here.
Quite keen to see the way the wicket dusted up earlier. day 3 and 4. Then we're trying to be interesting to see young Crane bowl on this wicket. A bit of a wrist spinner. See how much more he could get out of the wicket if it does get dried the way it's going.
Well, he is somebody you have worked with over the years.
Yeah, we started a journey at Lancing and then here, and then now he's moved on to Glamorgan. We do chat regularly. They
worked away on the leg side. Sorry, Raj. That's just a single. That's a short boundary sidewalls the misfield to come back for 2. And he's lost his bat. Oh no, he hadn't. It's his glove that Ben Brown had taken off. I saw something fall to the floor.
We do chat time to time on the phone regarding his bowling and stuff, and we go down that road. So that's quite good.
Already has a 5 for this season, the very first game. And 8 wickets in the match in the game against Yorkshire, which was drawn at Cardiff.
More importantly, he scored a lot of runs this year.
99? Where did that come from?
99 and a couple of other 50s along the way as well. So he's had a good start to the season with a bat.
He's clearly worked on that, hasn't he? I know he worked a bit on it here and he worked really hard, but clearly something's changed during the winter. Carlson gets one that wraps him on the high on the pad. That's nipped back and nipped back quite quickly. It's just done too much, but let's watch this again. Pitches and nips back. Oh yeah, bounces.
There's a bit of bounce in that. Again, it seems to be when he pitches the ball up a little bit, it seems to have a little bit more sort of grip on the wicket, where he can just see in the footholes where he's drying up, and just seems to be nipping around a little bit more.
This wicket is cut well to the left as we look out here at the Utilita Bowl, which is clouded over somewhat since this morning. Again, that's nipped back. He's got an inside edge onto his pad.
It looks like that roller this morning is wearing off now. It's taken a bit of time, but it is actually starting to offer the bowlers a little bit more this afternoon.
Yeah, there was a little bit in it this morning, but I just got the feeling that perhaps Hampshire were expecting it to do a little bit more, and by and large they got the balls in the right areas. I don't think it was a particularly it was an okay morning bowling wise, but sometimes you know in these conditions you want your bowlers to be right on top of it, don't you? And I think it might have just made things a little harder for the visitors, but take nothing away from Glamorgan. They've batted well so far to reach 99 for 1 as Baker comes in. That's a very short delivery, and it's called a wide by the umpire. They'll have to come back, lads. They're starting to jog for the end of the over now, they realise, and they turn back.
That it'll be interesting to see, because he's not a tall lad, to see how far it did go over his head by.
True. Umpires seem to be a little bit more keen to call the bouncers that are really dug in short, wide. It's been noticeable, I think, in the game so far this year that I think 1 or 2 they got away with last year.
I think they see it as more as a negative bowling ploy rather than getting the game going forward.
Baker in again to Carlson. Carlson plays and misses. That's a good delivery to finish off that Sonny Baker over. 2 runs off the bat. Baker's now 8 overs, none for 18. And
Looks like
Glamorgan 100 for 1.
Much tighter line, isn't it? On that off-stump line he's bowling now. A bit more controlled. And he seems to be putting in a little bit more in than the other bowlers, to say he's probably getting a bit more out of the wicket.
And it is all about getting the balls in the right areas, isn't it? You know, I mean, they did by and large, but maybe didn't quite get the rewards that they thought. They got the ball past the outside edge several times, but I think the Glamorgan batters have been quite skillful so far in the way that they've approached their batting as Hassan pushes that towards extra cover. Hassan should have gone by now. Went on 29 this morning. He was caught in the slips by Toby Albert off the bowler we're watching now, Scott Curry, but it was a no ball.
So when I've seen Scott Curry bowl last year and previous year, and watching him bowl now, I just look at his run-up. His run-up seems to sort of slow down a little bit. He's not attacking that crease like he used to.
That's an interesting one. Yeah, it's a very sort of languid run, isn't it? Next ball to Hassan.
Yeah, because he used to charge in and hit the deck hard and get through it back, and he used to even walk back quick back to his mark. It doesn't seem to have that little extra bit of oomph into that action anymore.
Yeah.
It may be a little bit more accurate because it's a longer format of the game. That might have something to do with it.
Well, yes, that's right. He had success in the white ball competition last year, that's for sure. And yeah, it's a different game with the red ball. Maybe this is his red ball run-up, as Hassan works that to mid-on. Stephen Clark emailed during the lunch break, towards the end of the lunch break actually. In fact, no, tell a lie actually, right at the start of the afternoon session. Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. He says, I found myself in deep discussion about old cars and other issues this morning. That's why he didn't email earlier. Any news of Liam Dawson, he says. Yeah, it's a stomach injury. Apparently he's had it for a while and has been playing through it. So I think it just got a little too much for this game. Here comes Curry again. Bit of bounce outside the off stump. Good leave. I think they've left well as well.
I think it's a bit busy time of the year coming up for these cricketers now, with the blast coming up, and this stuff, also the international cricket coming up now, so I think you just got to look after yourself a little bit more.
Yeah.
Make sure you're 100% before you do anything.
4 days is a long time. Much different than 3-day cricket, that's for sure, which me and Reg were more used to. 100 for 1 Glamorgan. Here comes Curry past the umpire, and Hassan drives through point. Now that may just run away. It's running over a lot of old wickets, and it will actually just get picked up. That is a very good stop from Fletcher Middleton, who's into the side for Jake Lehman.
Makes me smile that when you talk about the 3-day cricket and we look at that boundary towards the tunnel, it's the Northlands Road boundary. We didn't have to run that far to stop the ball, and then you look at this boundary, which is a huge boundary.
To the right. Well, it's, I can tell you, to the left, which is the short boundary, it's 50 yards, which apparently is the absolute minimum. And to the right, I would say that's a good 15 yards further, 20 yards further. Probably a bit more, actually. Here's Scott Curry again, this time to Carlson, who whips that away down to fine leg. In fact, it's gone through square. I'll tell a lie. That will go for 4. That's nicely timed. Little bit too straight from that one.
Yeah, the length was just a little bit too short as well, where he's able to rock onto the back foot and just play it off his hip.
Yeah. In fact, I tell a lie, it was actually around off stump, but you're right, it was the length, Reg, which allowed Carlson all the time in the world to turn it away on the leg side. So Reg Maru is here because he's not at Lancing College anymore, but he is starting up a coaching business, and he's already had a call while we've been on air. And he's probably got a prospective client as we speak, and already working with Havant Cricket Club, and will work with a few others as well. So 107 for 1, as I say, when Raj goes, and probably an over a 2's time, when Rob Phillips joins me, he will give out some details of you can get in touch. Spin bowling clinic, with Raj being a highly regarded left-arm spinner. You're still bowling as well? I can't believe that, Raj.
It comes out all right.
Well, I think the last time we played together in a game, it was about 2 years ago, 3 years ago, and you were bowling just like you used to in first-class cricket. I was thinking, what is going on here?
Oh, we played that game at Lord's, didn't we, in 2014?
Well, that's quite a while back. That's a short delivery, and Hassan stays inside the line. Round the wicket, Baker here to the left hand. That was it 2014? That was an awful long time ago.
That was a long time ago.
Even then I was the oldest player on the pitch. Did you know that?
Oh.
I'm a few days older than Norman Counts. He was still running in really nicely even back then. That was the old Middlesex 11 against the MCC, wasn't it? That was great. On the main ground as well, Red.
Yeah, we're there in a couple of weeks for the old players reunion.
Oh, the Middlesex one. Yeah, I can't. I've had to reply to that, so I can't make. Oh, that's bounced wickedly from short of a length, and Hassan, who was looking to leave it, then had to make sure that he got well out of the way. Just watch this again on the live picture feed. And that's bounced and nipped away, but a bit awkward, isn't it?
Yeah, but it's just a bit too wide. So it looked like he was going to come in with the angle, bowling around the wicket, but it just held its line, didn't it? And just went away.
So there is still some movement out there. Just got to keep bowling away and just wait for that ball to do a little bit extra. As Baker's in to Hassan again, that's bounced and straight and good pace.
It's got to be a patient knock, this by Hassan, isn't it? He's been in there now. How many overs now he's batted?
101 deliveries.
Geez, it's a patient knock.
It is, but we were saying earlier this morning, Raj, his numbers aren't great. Was batting 3 in the last game, been promoted to open because there's no Eddie Byram. And even this season, he's only averaging 19. He only averages 23 in his career. And I think he's looked pretty tight out there. Technique-wise, again, that's a good leave. It's bounced in front of Ben Brown.
Just looking at Ben Brown standing there, he and the slips quadrant, they are quite a way back. Oh, they're quite a way back.
But this is the thing, Raj, isn't it? Depending on how much grass is underneath the ball when it pitches, and they're in areas of this pitch, you know, there's quite a bit more grass than normal, but in between there's a bit of dirt.
Yeah, he's around the wicket again. He bowls, and the sand just plays and misses. Just held the line, bowling round the wicket. Just held its line. He was looking to turn it onto the leg side and just missed that. And that just held its line. That's really, really well bowled that by Baker.
So I'm just waiting for Rob to turn up, and you can give out your details in a minute, Raj. For that spin bowling masterclass stroke business that you're going to be running. Because you can teach leg spin as well as left arm spin, because I've seen you bowl both, so you're equally adept at bowling both. And they're asking half shout, caught behind. He's drawn into the shot. There was Hassan. That's a really good delivery to finish off that over. Perfect length, especially with the ball doing a little bit. Watch this again. Round the wicket is straightened.
Just pitched up a bit further and just held its line again. Just nipping away.
Right, Raj, go on. Give us the details then.
Yeah, details are for any inquiries for the Spin Masterclass. You can contact us on rmaruspin@gmail.com.
Thank you very much, Raj.
Thank you.
A blast from the past there, Raj Maru. And he's left me one of his cards here, actually, so if anybody does want any details, then I'll happily pass those on. Right, so 107.41, Glamorgan have not lost a wicket since the break. They've added 18, and Rob Phillips is back alongside me as Scott Curry comes in and bowls to Carlson. It's full, it's driven up to mid-on, and there's no run.
I was just talking to your guest's protege downstairs, Mason Crane.
Oh, was he downstairs?
Yes, he was talking to a few Glamorgan fans in the crowd there, and then I got lost coming back up. I went into the wrong bar to come up. However, here now.
It's a little confusing when you haven't been here before. One or two other commentators have. It's taken time for them to work out the logistics here, but I guess obviously I'm used to it. As Curry comes in again, it's outside the off stump and that's left alone.
I can report exclusively a lovely ploughman's lunch. Thank you very much. Yeah, good. Very nice. Good company too. Michael Carberry, really good company.
Email here from Rhys Jenkins, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. It was just before lunch actually, so he might not be still in the Edinburgh Airport bar, unless the flight's delayed, and then he still is, and he's still listening. He's off to Knock Airport on the west of Ireland for the weekend.
Very nice.
Yeah. Tries to cut that one, misses. Does Kieran Carlson. So good ploughman, so that's good to hear. I think yes. Carbs went for the...
He went for the sausage.
Oh, that's right, sausage and mash.
Cheesy mash.
Yeah, it's good food here, I have to say. It's a bit of a trek for us over here, but yeah, it's worth it in the end. Just about.
It's just a little bit more chilly now than it was this morning, I think.
Well, we've got cloud cover now, which we didn't have at the start. There's a bit of bounce outside the off stump, but it's wide. Yeah, well, we've got almost full cloud cover now, haven't we? I think there's a bit of rain forecast. If my app, I know you were talking about it earlier, Rob, weren't you? I think tomorrow is a little bit worse.
It's not looking great tomorrow, and it looks pretty poor on Sunday. I was talking to Vice President Alan Head.
Oh, right,
He was saying bleak forecast for Sunday.
Yeah. Yeah, my app's showing no rain today. That's flicked away down to fine leg by Carlson, and that's going. How far's that gone? Just waiting for the umpire. It signalled 6. Well, he's just helped it on its way down towards the pavilion. Got underneath that, just helped it over the rope.
First 6 of the day. He's a busy player, Kieran Carlson, as we were saying before lunch. Likes to keep the scoreboard moving, likes to get the runs, the sharp singles.
Captaincy agreeing with him?
Oh yeah, I think so. Yeah, he relishes it.
Curry bowls. Edged and, oh, did that carry to second slip? It may just have. Need to see that one again. May not have able to, I think that's Toby Albert, may not have been able to get his fingertips underneath that. Just watch of this on the picture feed. Oh, it's a difficult one to tell. Might have been half volley.
Had the hands cupped, didn't he?
Yeah.
Diving to his right.
He just not have carried, but it's a close one, that one. Just watch this again. Might be difficult to... I think he's tried to scoop that one up, tried to get underneath it.
Bit of a life for Kieran Carlson. Meanwhile, Zainul Hassan ploughs his merry furrow. 113 for 1 as Baker comes in from the pavilion end. Hassan shoulders arms to that one, lets it go through, no run.
We were talking about Welsh cakes, weren't we, earlier?
We were.
Before lunch. John Williams, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. He says, when I visit Wales, my must-go-to cake is the Barra Birth.
Oh, Barra Breath.
Barra Breath.
Yes, which you can have butter on. It's a little bit like a malt loaf, but not quite. It's difficult to describe a Barra Breath. But your Welsh is better than Dave Bracegirdle's in Nottinghamshire. As Baker comes in again. Straight back from Zainul Hassan. And in the end, there were people sending him Welsh names to mention on air.
No.
Glamorgan, cricket at bbc.co.uk if you're interested in testing Kevin James's Welsh.
Please don't. That will descend into chaos.
The worst thing is you can't always trust my pronunciation, and I'm from the country.
Do you even you find some Welsh words hard then?
Yeah, and in different parts of the country they will say it in different sort of dialects.
Okay.
Baker into Al Hassan, and that went past the outside edge again. It's a threatening over, this one from Baker at the far end. Yeah, definitely played at that, Al Hassan. Straight through to Ben Brown. Yeah, it's partly a pronunciation if you're anglicised Welsh, if you see what I mean. In other words, your first language is English. If your first language is Welsh, then clearly my partner's a Welsh speaker, first language. She says words differently to me. Hassan let that one go. In fact, sometimes I don't know what she's saying, which is very worrying.
Really? Oh, gosh. Well, if you don't know what somebody's saying in your own language...
I've got a smidgen of Welsh, and sometimes I surprise her by saying, well, I know what you said there. But, yeah.
Do you guys still down, when you're doing games in Cardiff, still do reports and updates in Welsh as well as English?
The great Edward Bevan would, yeah.
Still doing it, is it?
And Nick Webb can ask questions on Cymraeg in Welsh.
Oh, okay.
Hassan, and he stretched to that one, and it went past, well, inside the third slip and away for 4 runs. They all count. Yeah,
stretched for that one.
He did.
That's gone so fast, though.
Yeah, nobody was going to catch that. So Al Hassan moves up to 45. Glamorgan, 117 for 1. Seems a long time ago that they lost the toss and were put into bat. But solid progress, and Al Hassan clearly gaining confidence. As he plays that back up to mid-on. Hello, Mesnil man says, Chris Drew this is. Hello Rob, hello Kevin. I was born in Llwyn-y-Pia, but now live in France. Best wishes.
I think that's Chris Drew. It used to be the Dorset scorer, actually.
Ah, right.
But yes, do you know what? I'm glad that was sent to you as
I should have sent it to you, really, shouldn't I? I should have got you.
I've got it.
I used to work in train up here. Yeah, it's just outside Tonopandi in the Rhondda.
I'm glad that you. I'm glad you did that first. I wouldn't have even got close.
Are there any other Welsh names if you want to send to the email? That's just fine.
No, Rob. He won't be welcome back if that happens. Here comes Scott Curry. Cut away by Carlson. Short outside the off stump. And Carlson right on top of the bounce dispatches that to the short boundary side. And he moves on to 24, and it's 121 for 1. Email here from Ollie Arnold, hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. He says, I know how much you like to keep up to date with the Hampshire League. After a month of no rain in large parts of certainly the western part of the county, it's going to rain tomorrow afternoon. As we've just been mentioning, Carlson gets a length ball this time, plays that up to mid-off, just in time for the Hampshire League to start. Isn't that always the way?
It is.
League season started down in South Wales, is it? Or is
the friendlies at the moment, by what I gather, but it won't be long. I don't think Ed Bevan is playing this year.
Is he not?
He's now in his 80s, but...
Is Ed in his 80s?
Yes, still going strong.
Long time.
Still a big Swansea City fan as well.
Well, that's right, he is from there, isn't he?
Yeah.
I remember years ago, his length ball from Curry, that's played up towards mid-off. I mentioned to you that my younger daughter went to Cardiff Union. He was really good, actually. He offered to even come over to Cardiff sometimes if my younger daughter was just, and we couldn't get down there, just offered to, help her out and look after her in those early months if there was a problem, which was really nice of him, actually.
I haven't seen Ed for a while, but he'll be grateful in some ways that Swansea City have got nothing on their last game of the season, really. But when the new manager took over in November time, they were in big problems.
Curry bowls. Carlson just opens the face, works that to backward a point. And talking to Swansea, of course, the ground at Swansea, which they share with the rugby club, lots been happening with that, isn't it?
I was asked about this in Nottinghamshire as well. It's and I think the email to me that day said, all the best for trying to explain that. It's chaos. So it's all wrapped up with Ospreys, what happens to them, the rugby region, that is. It's very complicated.
Curry bowls on the line of middle and leg, worked through the gap at mid-wicket, and that should be 4 runs. And that will be the second boundary of the over. Short and wide early on, and that one's a little bit too full and straight. And Carlson moves on to 28 now. Glamorgan on to 125 for 1. Kate, who's on the staff here on the media side, has just sent me a list of key cricket vocabulary in Welsh.
Right.
And I am seriously not going there. You can give us.
Okay.
You can probably give us the pronunciations of each bit of cricket equipment, actually, or what it is. That's cut out into point, and there's no run.
Well, cricket is cricket.
Right.
Wicket is wicket. Pale cricket is cricket ball. You can see where it's going here, can't you? Batsman is batiwr. Bowler is bowliwr. I'm not sure about that. To bat is batio. To field is maisai, or maisi. I think it's maisi. And stumps is stumps.
You sure some of these aren't made up?
Well, there are some words that sound remarkably similar in Welsh than they do English, and in my experience, if you don't know what the Welsh word is, just use the English and everybody understands it. So Baker, Sonny Baker coming in from the pavilion end to Zainul Hassan, cover drive, lovely shot, 4 runs. That's going to take him to the brink of his half century. He's on 49 now, Zainul Hassan. Nothing wrong with that shot.
Oh, I think he's played really nicely out there, I really do.
Well, he did say when he was alongside Trubb that he was the one catching your eye, Kev.
Yeah, well, his technique's been good today.
Highest score before today this season of 29, so He waits again and allows that to go past the off stump. At some pace from Baker.
Yes, that's one thing that Sonny does possess. Does get the ball through. The only thing is sometimes as a bowler of that pace, your length then tends to come back a fraction, and it's not always easy to bowl the ball a little bit too full, because I think as a bowler of that pace you think, no, that's a little bit too full, but maybe sometimes on this pitch that might not be a bad thing.
Well, they are stepping up the pace a little. Run rate 3.57 now. It was lower 3 earlier as Olasan played at that, went past him, got away with that one.
That's a quick delivery as well. Again, that's pitched and straight, and that's very difficult as a batter. Let's watch this. He's got to play at it. It's gone probably a little bit too much and probably a bit too quickly.
But he's still there though. Sonny Baker gets to the end of his run now. Still the 3 slips, 2 slips and actually a sort of wide gully for Baker as Olasan stands with bat aloft and had to watch that go past the handle. Really got inside that one, I think.
Yeah, I think what he does well, as Hassan, is he doesn't follow the ball.
No.
So when the ball does pitch and straightens, he's not pushing out at it with the bat away from his body. He's still keeping the bat close to the body. So yeah, he might get an edge, but by not following it, he's given himself a better chance of still being around, which of course he still is, and he's done a really good job.
He opened today with Asa Tribe and plays that down, and it's gone through the slips, and he's got 4. And that is his 50 for Zain ul Hassan. 50 in 115 balls. Strike rate of 46.1, 9 fours in that. And he's 53 not out, and he's played really well, Zain ul Hassan. Glamorgan up to 133 for 1.
Yeah, not a high strike rate, but it doesn't matter. It's not that sort of pitch, really. What you want to do is, having been put into bat, is you don't want to collapse in a heap early on. And he's done a fantastic job. Only his 5th first-class half-century in his 32nd match.
On his knees for that one, as Baker whistled one past his helmet. But he's probably looked the most comfortable of the Glamorgan batsmen. Kieran Carlson has come in and, as we said earlier, will take the short runs, will not be, won't perish wondering. But actually he'll be very happy with the way things are going at the moment, and no need to rush her at this stage.
Only Kyle Abbott with the wicket to fall out of Asa Tribe after 1 hour and 45 minutes this morning. Tribe carving Abbott to backward a point. Good catch from Fletcher Middleton. So we've got Felix Organ on. We're going to have a bit of off-spin here. Man who's come into the side for Liam Dawson. I'm learning about this situation all the time. Apparently Liam Dawson has been playing through a bit of a stomach injury, an abdominal injury anyway. So it just didn't come on this morning. And it sounds like it probably just got a little bit too much to play through, and I guess, you know, being an England white ball contracted player, you know, there maybe has to be a little bit of that taken into account. But yeah, as I say, when I first heard this morning, I had no indication that he wouldn't be playing, and then I've heard that he has been playing through this injury somewhat. So right, so it's going to be Felix Organ then playing his first match of the season. And that's on the line of leg stump, and that's whipped away by Carlson out to deep square leg. There is a deep mid wicket as well. Oh no, it's not. It's Ali Orr walking around the at the outside of the boundary. So it's not a deep mid wicket. It did look like that initially. There was a deep cover though. So the total moves on to 134 for 1. And there is a slip in for Hassan, and there's going to be a leg slip as well. And the field changes where Kyle Abbott is going to backward a point. Just a switch actually. Looks like Fletcher Middleton is going out to mid wicket. mid-on is coming up, so a few switches.
Bit early for footmarks outside.
Yeah, it's going to be.
Olasan's off stump, but there's always the psychological value of doing that, isn't there?
Yeah, I think that might be a bit wide at the moment, that's for sure, but we'll see. That is wide.
Oh, that is very wide.
Yeah. Well, he might find a footmark that wide. I don't think it's going to trouble too many.
Yes.
Well, it shouldn't do anyway. 134 for 1 here at the Utilita Bowl. First match between these two sides in Division 1. Sorry, championship game as it's played out into the covers. Since 2014, that was a Division 2. Couple of fixtures back then. The second of those in Cardiff in September saw Hampshire win the game quite comfortably and seal promotion, winning Division 2 that year. They haven't played against each other in 4-day cricket since. As there's a quick single out in the covers, slight hesitation, but they're home. As Gubbins threw the ball at the bowler's end on 35 for 1.
Yes, they've not won here, have they, Glamorgan, in the county championship? So
have they never won here?
No.
No.
In the county championship. In fact, they've only won 3 times in Division 1. Essex, Surrey and Gloucester all away.
Oh, okay.
But then they haven't been in Division 1 for a long time,
Well,
so
say, yeah.
2005.
So it's a big gap, isn't it, that one? That's flicked away to mid-wicket, fielded by Fletcher Middleton. That's a long time out, isn't it?
Mm. I was reading they did win in Southampton at Northlands Road.
The old ground, yeah.
Where would that be from here? That was in by 7 wickets in 1991.
Oh,
Matthew
I might have played in that one.
Matthew Maynard made a career best 243.
I think I did play in that one the more I think about it. I'm going to have to look that one up, actually.
Do you really want to look up your figures?
Listen, I'm not one that worries. I've never worried about that.
Gone
What
now.
year?
1991, September 1991.
Okay, let's have a look. I'm pretty sure I remember him scoring that double 100. Played superbly. 1991, let's have a look. Cricket in England. I'm not going to rush looking it up. What was it called back then? I'm doing it the long way. Oh, it was the old Britannic Assurance County Championship. I've gone the long way about finding this. So September, you say?
September 1991.
Hampshire Glamorgan, here we are.
Yeah.
Glamorgan won by 7 wickets. Yes, KD James did play. Well, the first innings I've looked up, and I'm reasonably happy with that.
Okay.
We batted first, 330 all out. I got 49 batting at 3.
Oh, well done, Kev.
Happy with that. 3 wickets for Steve Watkin. Only 3 for Steve Watkin that day. That's a good day. Mark Frost, remember him?
Mark Frost, yeah.
He picked up 3 wickets.
He's still about.
Is
This community stuff, yeah.
Couple of wickets for Robert Croft, the off-spinner. Glamorgan in their first innings, 504 all out. Matthew Maynard, 243.
As Abbott bowls from the far end. And Rothesay watches that past his bat into no run, 135 for 1.
The late Hugh Morris, 131 opening up. Just had Raj Maru on actually. He got the catch that dismissed Matthew Maynard on 243. I had a little bowl as well. 17 overs, 2 for 78. Oh God, I went for a few. Who did I get out? Oh, Robert Croft. And Steve James.
Oh, Steve James. Just saw his one of his best mates, Michael Atherton, downstairs.
Yes, he is. Yes, he's around. He'd come up here.
Abbott balls. That was quick again, but Olasan lifts his bat. He's on 54.
So Hampshire in their second innings, 323 all out. KD James at number 3, 43. So I got a couple of 40s in that game. Yeah, I see that's typical, isn't it? Get in and then get out. It's not very good. 4 wickets this time for Robert Croft, 3 for Steve Watkin, and Glamorgan 152 for 3 with Alan Butcher. Made 58.
Yeah.
And Adrian Dale.
Hammer balls again. No run. Goes through to Ben Brown, the wicket keeper and captain.
47 not out, Adrian Dale. So yeah, a comfortable win there for Glamorgan by.
They've been few and far between down here, let me tell you.
So that's the last time Glamorgan beat Hampshire, or down here.
Yes, yeah. In a
championship
game, yeah, yeah.
Okay.
And they've never won here in the championship. at this ground.
Yeah, well, there won't be too many, really.
No. So we'll forgive him that. Abbott bowls. Olasand, I think, again, he's got this way of, he crouches to play at it, and then I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt because he's got 54 not out. He just pulls his bat away or doesn't play down the line. It's quite clever batting. All right, here we are. Update on the South Wales leagues. Come back to that in a moment. Abbott in from the pavilion end. Olasan raises his arms to that. No run. Johnny Gaffer on X. I'm at Rob Phillips here if you want to get in touch. Hi Rob, great commentary by you all. Great start by Glam. With reference to games starting, South East Wales Cricket League start tomorrow. Few of us hopping on the train to Hopkinstown to watch Upper Rhondda play down there. Forecast rain in capitals. Hopkinstown, yeah.
Never heard of that one. Where's that?
It's just outside Pontypridd, where I was bred. Born in Newport, bred in Ponty. Abbott bowls, straight back by Olasan. And I think that's maiden over by Abbott. And Glamorgan are 135 for 1. Yeah, decent cricket pitch at Hopkinstown on the way up to the Rhondda.
Hope they got good covers.
Yes.
Right, so a drink being taken on board by Zain Al Hassan. I don't think anybody will deny him that. He's played really well here for his 54. I'm going to bring Michael Carberry in next to Rob Phillips. And yeah, I'll leave it all to you two for now.
Well, this will be a start that Glamorgan would have wanted, having been put into bat. Kieran Carlson has hurried the running along. He's facing now on 29 as the off spinner Orr comes in, clips that away off his legs for 1 run, 136 for 1. Organ, not Orr. What have you made of it, Carbs?
Looking ominous from a Hampshire point of view.
I think there's a bit more cloud cover over, isn't there?
Yeah, it's just come over a little bit, which may give the seamers a little bit of assistance, but I've got to be honest, Glamorgan have played very, very well. They've come out after the lunch break, they've looked solid.
Zain Al Hassan drive up to mid-off, no run.
I think that the problem with the Hampshire attack at the moment, you feel as though you get through Abbott, Baker, the rest of it feels a little bit toothless at the moment. It doesn't have that spike. They feel like it's missing something. Obviously Liam Dawson is not available this game.
That one, he was interested then, the bowler, but
yeah, it's a bit of turn there, I think.
There was then.
Yeah. I mean, the problem with Organ, he's not an out-and-out spinner. He's sort of an all-rounder who can offer a bit of spin. I mean, you wonder if that lack of experience and you know, dare I say it, nous.
Well, missing Liam Dawson as well.
Missing Dawson, yeah, he's going to come to hurt.
Bowls. Drive through the covers by Olasan. Jog through for 1. Well, for those who don't know, Ben Kellaway, usually an off spinner, occasional left arm spinner. Yeah, middle order batsman for Glamorgan is back in the team today after recovering from a hip injury. So he'll be taking an interest in how this looks for Organ. Early days though, as Kieran Carlson takes a couple of steps up the wicket and then knocks it to short mid on. No run.
It's an interesting it's an interesting angle of attack here from Morgan. He's deciding to come around the wicket to the right-hander. He's got a big shout there. Deep point back. occasional ball you say is gripped, hasn't it?
Yeah.
It's not,
not
consistent spin. But it's interesting he hasn't looked to go over the wicket and try and, where Abbott has been coming from that far end around the wicket, primarily to the left-hander. So you'd think there'll be some footholds there to work with. Why to start around the wicket and bowling quite a straight line, so you're essentially missing those footmarks. I would have thought, you know, Felix Organ, you know, you probably try and make something happen. I just feel, again, you know, it's a situation where Hampshire are kind of sitting back in standby mode at the moment, as Abbott comes into Al-Hassan, who's played nicely in this knock so far.
It's interesting, we bumped into Mason Crane on the way around, and seems very happy with life, doesn't he?
Yeah, good on him. He's been a revelation for Glamorgan since he joined. He was talking through his nearly 100. He said it was almost, he did ask for a recount, which
was a great line.
That was good to see him.
Yeah, and he's in the wickets as well.
Absolutely.
Which is his main currency. As Abbott comes in from the far end. Zain Al-Hassan, not for the first time, watches it go past his bat. He sort of fakes the play, but then will bring it back inside, which gives you kittens.
Yeah, I
but
mean,
at the moment his judgment is pretty good. I mean, that was a decent delivery as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think he's out of the two openers, I think he's been probably the more solid of the two. You know, he's been prepared to stick it out a little bit more.
As Abbott bowls again, forward defensive from Al-Hassan, just takes one step down the pitch here. For those who missed it, Asa Tribe went not far before lunch for 45. Fletcher Middleton took the catch off Abbott, who's bowling now 1 for 32, midway through his 11th over. But Al-Hassan keeps going, and his captain Carlson at the other end will be happy with that. Abbott comes around the wicket to the left-hander. Drive up to mid-off, no run.
I feel this, looking at how Al-Hassan bat today, has played very, very well. I think that's an area he can take note from his partner Carlson. You know, I think Carlson, for me, would have been looking for the single there. You know, he would have been pushing that ball sort of half a yard wide of mid-off, and he would have been scurrying up the pitch, trying to get those singles going. I think it's important you don't get bogged down. You look at, you know, his phase 132 balls, 55 runs, played very, very well, but you feel maybe with a few more singles, you know, just keep that strike rotating.
Hamilton again, plays out on the leg side. Carlson was a long way down the pitch then, but decided discretion was the better part of valor at the non-striker's end. He is always looking for quick runs.
Yeah, he's showing that experience, isn't he? Carlson has been around a long time. Good record. Always on the lookout for runs. I think that's the important thing. It shows that intent. You know, you're saying about, you know, having intent in the field with the ball. Hampshire, you know, they seem to be lacking that intent at the moment, but Glamorgan are definitely showing that intent in the bat, with the bat.
Al-Hassan faces again, and this time straight drive to the mid-on side, no run. 137 for 1, another maiden by Abbott. I think that's 2 in a row for him, 4 altogether in his 11 overs, 1 for 32. Tidy enough, and got the big wicket.
Yeah, he's been the rock for Hampshire yet again, Kyle Abbott.
Elsewhere, Leicestershire, having put Nottinghamshire in, Nottinghamshire 187 for 1. Somerset, the early leaders, have got Yorkshire at 144 for 8. And Sussex are the ones who are really struggling against Surrey. Hold on. As Carlson plays that one away from Morgan, on 175 for 8 are Sussex. Surrey flexing their muscles.
Yeah. Obviously, they found a little bit of form from their previous game, Surrey. We all know what happens when that juggernaut gets going.
Takes some stopping.
It does. As Organ comes in again, bowls short, wide one to Carlson, who rocks back. Beautiful shot, great footwork. beats the extra cover to the short boundary on that side. It's only 50 yards. And another boundary to Glamorgan, and they scurry along. I'm just not convinced with this plan for Morgan, if I'll be honest. Round the wicket, you've got footholes to work with. Bowling over the wicket into Abbott's footholes, for me, it makes sense to try and land a few of these off spinners in there. See if he can create a bit of indecision. So he comes in again round the wicket to Carlson, who now sweeps that one behind square, and that's another boundary. And this is starting to look ominous from a Hampshire point of view.
Yeah, you understand it to the left-hander, don't you? But
yeah, for me, that
he's playing into Carlson's wheel.
I mean, yeah, I mean, this is the planning at the moment from a bowling point of view is not, as I say, the math isn't mathing at the moment.
Yeah, good phrase.
It's too easy for me.
Well, it's 9 runs from the over so far, isn't it?
Yeah, and look, I fully appreciate. Look, Felix Organ is not Liam Dawson here, so you can't expect him to land, over and over after, in the same area. But you think, look, if you've got to give the kid a chance to get some wickets here, and you think his best chance is, can he land one in the rough, get the right-handed driving at one through the gate? Can he get one to scuttle along the deck? Might pin him in front of all three. You've got to give himself a chance, surely. So he comes in again to the left-handed Alisanu. Now this is a good line for the left-hand, as you say. Round the wicket, trying to slide the ball onto the front pad, and if you can get the odd one to hold, take the edge, you've got to slip in play. He's again adopting the deep cover back, kind of straight catching extra cover, which is quite close. That's the end of another expensive over. He's gone for 13 in 3 overs.
Yeah.
Not what the doctors ordered, I'm afraid. And the problem here you have now, if Felix Organ doesn't bowl well, you're putting more strain on, a 40-year-old Kyle Abbott, Sonny Baker, who, he's a fit lad, but you don't want him bowling 25 overs per day.
They both bowled 11 overs so far, haven't they?
We're only
Yusuf has bowled 8 overs, yeah.
Absolutely.
They're long days, aren't they? Long days like this in the field. 54 overs remaining.
You know you're born when you've played days like this.
Do you know when I said, do you miss it? You said, you miss it now at this time, but go back to that. As Abbott bowls to Carlson, straight bat. So you miss it on the first morning like this. But then 8 o'clock tonight, do you miss it?
Yeah. Ask me when I'm in the ice bath.
Yeah, quite.
Yeah.
See, I would dread that, the ice bath.
Yeah,
obligatory?
Well, not in my time. It was very much a scientific experiment. And I always said,
who needs science?
They're only good for one thing, keeping the drinks cold. Not my legs, I'm afraid.
Yeah. Abbott in again. Oh, Carlson. Did he get a touch on that? He did, and just went past first slip.
That's a drop, I'm afraid. They left it to each other by the looks of it. It went straight through the middle of the 2 slips. It was catchable. Yeah, maybe just...
yeah, a bit high, wasn't it, to catch? You're a hard man if you say that's catchable.
It just looked from the height I was sitting. I had to stand up and go, yeah, maybe not. Yeah, it was...
150 up for Glamorgan, 150 for 1 in the 43rd over. 3.5 for the rate. And Kieran Carlson has zipped along to 43. And he drives that to mid-off. Comes across to stop that. He got something behind that though. 43 off 48 deliveries, Kieran Carlson.
Yeah, he's good, looks in good touch, Kieran Carlson. It's been severe on anything fractionally loose, but again, we've talked about, his intensity at the crease. He's in amongst hitting the boundaries. He's looked busy. He's looked for the singles.
He's facing now as Abbott charges in. Takes one hand off the bat, but it gets it into the onside. 2 fielders And he's away. Yeah, he scampers through for 1. 151 for 1.
Yeah, very good cricket awareness there from Carlson. You see a lot of batters in that situation, you know, they'll be worrying about the false stroke. He was off straight away, wasn't he? Can worry about it later at the non-strikers.
Yeah, quite. Effectively, he's run into the danger end there. It was slightly closer to the umpire's end than where he came from. Abbott around the wicket to Zainul Hassan. Straight back by him.
I like this field. Sorry, I like this field Abbott now is employing to Alassane. I think it shows, as I said, shows that intent. I'm trying to get you out, even though yes, you're 55. I'm still believe I can get you out. He's called the cover up. He's got a catching extra. He's got
some sausages and mash.
I had some sausage and mash. Went with a healthy option today.
Good. It's always healthy with you, isn't it?
I try to be, mate.
I don't.
Doesn't always show, but
well, on the contrary, I don't see you as being. I don't know. Burger and I suppose you do go for the old burger and chips. Surely.
I'm partial.
Yeah, I thought
you're allowed to in retirement, aren't you?
I will, for sure. That's for sure. If you can't do it in retirement, when can you? So it's going to be Felix Organ to continue. He's around the wicket to Carlson, who comes down the wicket, gets wrapped on the pad. He's going to be called for a leg by as it goes out square on the offside. Or did he get a little bat on it? Oh, he has. He's got a little edge on that.
Yeah. I've just been made aware this is Alassane's first 50 since Lords, I believe.
He's played well, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has. Very solid.
Really
yeah,
well.
Very solid.
He's given Glamorgan a really good start to their knock, really. Yeah. They're in a situation they shouldn't really be in, as that's hit into his pad off an inside edge. Sure, that wasn't envisaged by Hampshire when they put them in this morning. They didn't envisage Glamorgan being 152 for 1, that's for sure.
Yeah. I mean, it's just what you want from your openers, really, isn't it? You know, someone to go out and be the anchor.
Perfect. And he looks quite at home. Doesn't seem unfazed as it's pushed out towards mid-wicket. He's played very straight. Chased the odd one, but I suppose you're allowed to, aren't you, from time to time. He's never chased the ball, though, when it's moved away from him, isn't he? He always kept the bat close to the body. He's 55 from 140. As Morgan bowls again. Just comes back into him a fraction. Trying to find an angle. Can't find it. Goes out towards extra cover. I suppose this is a situation there where Hampshire just have to be a little careful, because if Glamorgan continue along this sort of vein, then we'll put Hampshire out of the game tonight. That might be a slight overstatement, but certainly make it difficult for Hampshire. That's turned away to mid-wicket. Have to hurry here.
Fortunately, we've seen this DVD a few times, haven't we? Working together, Kev, where the game seems to meander away from Hampshire. They don't seem to have many answers when partnerships form. I think again, just we talked about it before lunch. That consistency of execution hasn't been quite there. It's been good in parts, it's just not quite good enough.
Reverse sweep. That's gone for 4. Nice shot from Kieran Carlson, moves on to 49. No, you're right, 157 for 1 at the end of that Felix Organ over. And that's systematic of a side in transition, isn't it?
It is, and but I think sometimes you can trip over your own feet trying to be a bit too clever. I think just trying to do the basics things well enough, long enough. I think I'm looking at, let's say, Felix Organ, which he's a decent off spinner. He offers he can bowl a decent delivery. I'm still looking at why some senior player hasn't come up to him and said, "Hey, look, mate, try and throw it, come in over the wicket, try and use the footmarks." For me, that feels like one-day cricket. You're trying not to be hit at the moment, and that's not the right mentality. I just feel, it was great delivery there from Abbott. It's played by Alassane. I just feel at this time now, someone other than Ben Brown, who's got a trillion other things to worry about, field settings, angles, these kind of things, bowling changes. Someone in that senior player group has surely got to get an arm around a Felix Organ and say, "Look, mate, try this." What have you got to lose at the end of the day? Round the wicket, for me, he hasn't looked threatening at all. As Abbott comes in past the umpire again to
Hassan, who ducks quite a good short ball. That was right on the money. Thought about the hook, but thought better of it. Not a delivery you see too often from Abbott, but really bent his back on that one.
No, you're right. I think, well, there's no Dawson out there who you'd think would be offering advice from time to time. Kyle Abbott, I guess, is probably the only realistic one. Nick Gubbins, I guess, is another one that could be.
Yeah, I just feel, someone's got to offer a difference of opinion. So Abbott comes in again to Hassan, who's again nicely in behind. That delivery pushes it out to extra cover. I mean, yeah, look, the transition phase will take some time, as we've seen with Sonny Baker. He hasn't, he's gone away, thought about things. He looks a much improved cricketer, so it can be done. But I think, the important thing is over the winter, you've got to make sure you're planning on how you're looking to win games. I think times I've come back this season, it's felt the mood is almost just try and stay up in the division rather than how we're trying to win games. So Sun plays another solid forward defensive.
And thinking about Felix Organ, I mean, a like-for-like replacement would have been Andrew Neil. I don't know if you probably haven't seen much of him, Cobbs, if anything at all. He was signed last year, spin bowler. Used to be a left-arm pace bowler at Hertfordshire, and was, but because of injuries changed to a spin bowler. And actually, to be fair, made a really good impression in the 50-over games last year. And I guess you could have brought him in, but I guess Felix being the more experienced player out of the two.
That's a great shot from Al-Assad. Just punching Abbott again through that straight extra cover region for another boundary. A bit of a long half volley from Abbott. Looked a little bit of a tired delivery, if I'll be honest. Didn't have that zip on it. But again, put away expertly. Yeah, I mean, yes, I get why they would lean towards a Felix Orr, but I was sort of think of where you think you're going to win. It comes back to my same point, is it's not necessarily about experience, it's what someone can offer at this stage, because quickly the season can get away from you. Abbott comes in again to Al-Hassan. If you've signed O'Neill, then for me you've got to back him. If you think he can do that, you've signed him because you think he can do a job. There's no point signing him to go and sit in the second team. You bring him in, see what he can do. If he can offer something in Liam Dawson's absence, if he can offer something, for me, that's a win. You've got to take those small wins. Yeah. Even if he gets carted, he'll get better for the experience. I just think, do I feel Felix Organ is going to bowl sides out at the moment with this line of attack? No, is the answer.
True. Well, you can see there on the picture feed that Nick Gubbins is or has been talking to Ben Brown there, so maybe passing on a few words of wisdom. We've also got Felix Organ being talked to by Kyle Abbott, so I think just what we've been saying there, Cubs, I think he's going on out there at the moment. It's just about now the execution.
Yeah, there's a slight field change now. He's bringing deep backward cover, or backward square, should I say. Backward point, he's bringing them up to on the one. He's dropped extra cover back.
So they're looking for Carlson to poke it out on the offside now, aren't they? Looking for a single, which he does. So it goes out in front of point, and that is Carlson's half century.
Very, very well played. Morgan skipper looked very assured.
He has, isn't he? 52 balls, 8 fours and 1 6. I got an email here from Ollie Arnold, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Mentioned Alan Butcher a little earlier, who was in the, you'll know him.
I do.
Yes, who was in the last Glamorgan side, apparently that won a championship game in this area back in 1991. That's played out to point by Hassan. Ollie says, played on tour at Abergavenny a few years ago. I remember seeing Alan Butcher on the honours board multiple times. His record there looked immense. A beautiful pitch from memory.
It
Did you
is.
play at Abergavenny?
I have got 100 there.
Oh,
mate, absolute batting paradise.
Is it? It's driven up to mid-on, no run.
Fill your boots.
There we go. I thought you were going to say it was a minefield, but I still got 100.
Well, yeah. Don't want to hide the truth from the audience.
It's Morgan again floated, and it's almost a low full toss driven to mid-wicket, and there's no run. So 162 for 1 here. Hampshire with that one solitary breakthrough after an hour and 45 minutes. Ace of Tribe carving Kyle Abbott to backward a point. Made 45.79 for 1 it was back then. This partnership well into its 80s. Short ball, Hassan rocks onto the back foot and finds the gap in the covers where it's fielded out in the deep by Tom Prest. And yeah, at the moment you can't really see a Hampshire breakthrough. There's nothing out there for Felix Organ at the moment, but continuing with this around the wicket line to the right-hander, which isn't working yet, as Michael Carberry's been saying. And he's found the gap. That's a lovely shot. Gave himself some room there, Carlson. Just rode the ball and just eased it into the gap square on the offside. It is the short boundary side, but nevertheless well timed. Ends the over, and that's 167 for 1.
Yeah, I mean, when you adopt that line from round the wicket, the one thing you can't do is drop short. And Carlson is too quick on his feet. You can see already he was creating the room, moved slightly inside the line of ball, so he gave himself just enough room to get the hands through, and he only had really that man at backward point to beat. Such an open and short boundary to that side.
Yes, it's almost a no-no, isn't it, really, with that field?
Absolutely.
And you made a good point earlier that they need Felix Organ to bowl tightly here because, you know, other bowlers, i.e. Kyle Abbott, are going to end up bowling more overs today than they should be.
Yeah, absolutely. As Abbott comes in again that's a nice delivery taken by Brent Brown, the keeper. I mean, yeah, absolutely, Kev, that is the worry for me. I mean, Kyle Abbott, yes, he's a fit guy. He keeps himself in great shape, but look, things hurt more when you're 40, and you don't want Kyle Abbott by June bowling 500 odd overs. That's the worry for me, because your other bowlers are not able to hold up their end, so they've got to find a different route, as I said before, whether that's bringing in a youngster, just to try something different in the absence of Liam Dawson. We don't know how long that's going to be for as Abbott comes in. You know, you've tried Eddie Jack, that didn't quite work out, so you know they've got to just try, I think, but more importantly, I think it's more the tactics on the field. I think that's what's hurt the bowlers at times. You know, I'm just not convinced that. I feel there's a good ball in Felix Organ. I just don't feel that the field is able to back it up at the moment that he's got. I think that's where the big change has to be. But begins again into Alassane. Again, nicely forward, pushing the ball up to mid-off.
Yeah, the other problem for Hampshire now is that we're into the 47th over with this ball, so you can't expect it to be bouncing through and nipping around too much.
Yeah, I mean, this is a period now where you want your spinner to hold up an end, isn't it? Really, you know, dial in for 2 and over. You can give Abbott, Baker, Yusuf, Scott Curry a blast, short blast from the other end, 2-3 overs at a time. Try and make something happen. As Abbott comes in again to Sanu, again driving through the offside, glorious shot. He has played that shot very, very well today. That's about the 4th or 5th time we've seen that cover drive. Just leans on it. No extravagant follow through, just a punch through the offside.
I'm just wondering if we'll see Yusuf come on at Kyle Abbott's end. Yusuf hasn't bowled since lunch, bowled just the 8 overs. None for 34, but it's also a bit of a worry this end because Felix Organ is going for 5 and over at that moment, and you can't see him bowling too many overs going at that rate.
Yeah, absolutely. But what's his reply going to be into Hassan? He's now come 2 straight and turned that one to backwards square leg. Tom Prest, fielder, gets round. It's only 2. Yeah, I mean, this is the conundrum Ben Brown is going to face. He just cannot seem to control the scoreboard from either end at the moment. We said earlier, Sonny Baker's been a revelation, going at 1.8 and over. But obviously your 2 quicks can't bowl all day forever. It's a great delivery from Abbott. Absolute seed. Just straightened beautifully from a line just and around 4th or 5th stump. gave Alassane the impression that was coming in and just sort of held. That was a great ball to finish an over.
That's the thing, that it's still there, isn't it? That ball is still there, and that's why you just have to be patient and be boring, just bowl the same. Because, well, I mean, you know, I think also it hasn't quite gone Hampshire's favour, you know, so far. I mean, there's been a few player misses, and there's been a few balls that have beaten the edge, and on another day, Glamorgan would probably be 3 down, but that happens, you know.
Yeah, drop catch off a no ball. I mean, those things, you know, bowlers will always tell you, oh, don't bowl them in the nets. You know, it's those little things, isn't it? It's the little things that add up.
I think that's the only no ball in the Hampshire innings, actually. I'm going to double check that. It's Felix Organ starts a new, the one no ball that's been bowled. As that's a reverse sweep there from Carlson. Doesn't quite get hold of that one, but he will pick up a single. 174 for, sorry, there's been 2 no balls actually, one from Yusuf and one from Curry, and the one from Curry, unfortunately, was caught in the slips, and it was deemed a no ball, which meant that wicket didn't count. And it's little things like that, isn't it?
Yeah, you just need those little things to go your way. You know, you get rid of Alassane, it's 2 down. So that could be a very different game.
It's driven into the ground, not timed by Hassan, goes out to extra cover. Neil has emailed hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. He said, I saw Glamorgan play at Abergavenny in the championship. It rained heavily elsewhere, but Aber was like an oasis. Wow. Hassan's off the back foot, keeps a little low, that one, stabs down on that as he goes up to mid-on. Steve James got 100 apparently.
He always got 100, Steve James.
Good record.
Was there ever a time he didn't get 100, Steve James? I used to remember watching you remember the C-Facts, wouldn't you?
Yes.
Every time you see Glamorgan play, Steve James got 100.
That's driven up to mid-off. Just going to count actually how many. That was Neil Thornycroft, by the way, that emailed that one. I'm going to have a look to see how many hundreds. I'll tell you what, before I do, have a guess then. How many hundreds do you think Steve James got in his career, first class?
Oh, 70 at least.
Okay. Let's have a look.
He was a machine.
He was, wasn't he? Yeah. Organ bowls. Forward his Hassan.
Because he would have played in the old, when it was all one division. So you guys used to rack up about 500 career games back then.
He played 245 first class. So how many hundreds did you say?
I said about 70.
47.
Is that right? Yeah. And average?
40.
Decent.
Pretty good, isn't it?
That's
pretty good.
And he played some tests as well?
2 tests. That's a cut away, and that's going for 4. There are 2 men behind square on the offside. He's found the gap between them. And Hassan, with that boundary, moves on to 71. And I've got a feeling that's actually his highest first class score. I'm going to double check that. Apologies if I've gone too early. But I'm sure I looked somewhere a little earlier about his highest first class score. Let me have a check. So he's playing his 32nd game. Yeah, 69 was his previous. So that is now his highest first class score in his 32nd first class match.
He's done a great job.
Certainly has.
He's certainly taken his chance. That's all you can ask from young players. When they get an opportunity, they make it count.
And he has been promoted up from number 3 from the last game. Carbs is going to stay for one more over, do you want to go now? It's up to you.
I'll stay for one more. Why not?
That's very kind of you.
I like working with you, mate.
Good. We love working with you as well. Carbs will be back for the first day of next week's championship game here against Nottinghamshire as well.
So Cody Yusuf back into the attack. What can he do? Can he grab a wicket for Hampshire? You feel they need something to happen right now? The crowd a little bit subdued as well. I think they're a little bit concerned with what's going on in the middle as well.
They're not the only ones. 99 run partnership for the second wicket so far.
As Yusuf comes into Carson, who's pushing hard for 2, pushing it out to the mid wicket, and he easily get there. Great running, always looking for 2. There's no doubt. You sense the shoulders of the Hampshire fielders have just dropped a little bit. The intensity is turned down a few notches here. They need something here.
And that is the 100-run partnership, which 1 or 2 in the crowd applauded. There will be Glamorgan supporters, I'm sure. A few yellow shirts in the crowd. I can't work out whether they were Glamorgan one day shirts or Hampshires.
So Yusuf in again to Carlson, and that's short and wide, and that's 4 more. Blazing square cut, and that's gone. That will roll away to the boundary as well. This is not the start Ben Brown would have asked for his seamer. Again, a poor delivery. Short and wide, you can't bowl that here. Disappears.
Well, put the pressure on Yusuf straight away, and it's 6 off his first 2 deliveries.
Absolutely. Yeah, very expensive, going up 5 and over. This is not what's required at the moment. Yeah, just feel, looking around, the body language of the fielders, there's a few hands on the hips, hands in pockets. Yusuf begins his run in past the umpire to Carlson, again short of a length delivery, which Carlson negotiates quite nicely. I think this has been the problem with Cody Yusuf. The length he's bowled is too short for this time of year. I think it's very much a South African length, bang that back of a length here. I think it kind of sits up. I think he's not the tallest of quick bowlers. I think he's got to try and work on getting a little bit fuller, get Carson. He's got a bit of pace, get Carson and Co driving at the ball as he comes in again to, that's more the length, isn't it? Get him coming forward, try and induce the edge.
Yeah.
See many bowlers here try back of a length and get dispatched. Just isn't the pace in the pitch, I'm afraid.
I mean, we're talking of a difference of what, 5-6 inches, 4-5 inches there in those last 2 deliveries, maybe 6.
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah, you just got to be brave. I think you set your stall up to still try and attack the outside edge. You just feel with him, his default ball, which is kind of back of a length as he comes into Carson. That one was a bit fuller. And again, caused a little bit of an uncomfortable stroke, but gets away with it nonetheless. But yeah, just that you talk about that consistency of just hanging in there for longer. I think he gets driven. I think he then goes very quickly back to banging the ball in a bit too short. And I think at his height, he's not 6'6", where he's going to get a lot of bounce. He's more along the wicket sort of bowler. I think he can skid onto the bat quite nicely by all accounts.
Yeah, I mentioned earlier that he's up to this game, his 5 wickets so far had come at 57 apiece.
Can he finish over well to left-handed Al Hassan? Again, that short of a length delivery, and Al Hassan had more than enough time to ride the bounce. And with that, I'm going to exit.
Thanks very much, Carbs. Rob Phillips coming in alongside me, Kevin James. Got an email here from John Stevens. Now, earlier we were talking about the Swansea ground and what's happening there with the cricket and the rugby, and John Stevens emailed hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. He says, I heard your reference to Swansea and Ospreys and the Welsh Rugby Union consultation. I went through the consultation paper, I bet that was fun, and got the impression that it had been drafted by Sir Humphrey... I don't know. I presume there's another name in there somewhere. As the consultation concluded on the 30th of September 2025, I sent off comments and observations, although the consultation period of September was too short. The report was inadequate and lacked detail and failed to produce recommendations. Right.
Yes, fairly apt summation, I would say, as all balls. And Carlson went for a reverse sweep then, didn't get it. Big shout. Gone out, says the umpire. Worth a shout, that one, but with a turn probably missing the stumps. So Carlson, 62 off 60 balls. He's really pushed Glamorgan along this afternoon. Hassan, 71 for him, as organs in consultation. Neil Thornycroft on X, long-time Glamorgan fan and Newport County supporter, so you'll be worried this weekend, says, I'm glad Glamorgan have persevered with Zain Al Hassan as opener. Technically means we play an extra bowler, brackets, or an extra batsman, as Carlson plays away that Spinner from Organ into the onside, no run. And Sydney Sussex says Northlands was just around the corner from the Dell. You can confirm that, Kev?
It was, yeah, it was very close. Yes. Yes, you used to get a lot
on
of...
the coast? Yeah.
No, it was in the middle of Southampton. And
of course the
you would get a lot of...
St Mary's, yeah. Organ in. Carlson takes a couple of strides up the wicket, carves it away on the offside. It's going to be cut out before gets to the boundary, and it's just the 2 runs for Kieran Carlson, who moves to 64. Glamorgan 187 for 1.
Yeah, they were so close together that you would get a lot in the crowd, and not just the crowd but journalists would literally watch a morning's championship cricket and a little bit into the afternoon, go down to the Dell, cover the game or watch the game there and come back and watch a bit of cricket at the end. Oh yeah, could do it very easily.
The wind is flapping Organ's shirt as he takes a couple of steps in. Carlson flicks that away through the offside. Lovely shot again. It's another 4 runs for the Glamorgan captain. He moves to 68. The score to 191 for 1. Carlson is in the mood today.
There's an aggressive couple of shots he's played in this over, but Felix Organ is still persisting with this round the wicket attack, and I mean, it's not working up to this point.
Carlson waits again, and this one dinks it to the leg side, no run. And he will be very happy with proceedings. As we were saying, maybe it's a good toss to lose this one.
Looks that way.
Carlson waits once more, flicks it around the corner. Has it got the pace to beat fine leg? It has. It hit it really fine. Another 4 runs for Kieran Carlson. He goes to 72 now on the score to 195 for 1.
Well, it's terrific batting, but he's just been fed somewhat, you feel. Now, Felix Organ is going for, well, nearly 6 and over now off his 7 overs. So, again, can you really keep persevering with him? And if you don't,